The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. It's going to be a great Wednesday ahead. And on Wednesdays, we wear the 21 Champions long sleeve. Roy, I don't think Ash got the memo.
Ash, you didn't get the memo?
Yeah, that's so crazy, guys. What the hell?
Well, we tried to include you. I think you might have just missed the memo in the Discord chat, but it's okay.
Yeah,
no worries.
That's crazy.
Next time. We'll get you there. But you know, it's crazier things have happened over here. It's been a crazy split so far. Yesterday, Ash, absolutely no exception to that. It's just, you never know how these Challenger days are going to end up.
Yeah, that's the thing is, things shake up every single time. Yesterday was huge as well, with Shopify Rebellion Gold cementing their first win within VCL up against a TSM, no less, that has had those roster changes come through. A team that's been so consistent within the Challengers League. I feel like that's just great signs for that team, like, going forward. But it also just proves again, like, how much things continue to change and how close the competition continues to be as we carry on through this regular season.
Especially too, heading into stage 3, there's so much on the line for these teams.
So much.
And like getting an early start, I think, is so important. And I'm looking at a couple of these teams at that 0-2, and I'm shaking my head. I just don't understand. I don't get it.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it and kind of being mind blown by it yesterday at like towards the end of the broadcast. But like, dude, Burger Boys, TSM are 0-2. Potentially, if they play each other, that means one of them is going to be on the verge of elimination after having like a pretty solid split too. So yeah, I completely agree, guys. I think things are getting kind of crazy out here. But you know, let's not jump the gun, because you know today we're still in the 1-0 bracket. We still have some matches to get through this week, so we can't get too excited just yet.
Yeah, that's a next week issue, looking at those 0-2s and people battling to try and start getting some wins under their belt. We're going to be looking at the winners round, looking at those 1-0s, looking at teams trying to make their way to being still undefeated going on forward. Starting up, it's going to be Winthrop going up against Cubert Academy, then another collegiate team, Maryville University, going up against Blue Otter. Of course, the other broadcasts, the other games will be on side streams, watch parties. Make sure to have 2 tabs open. But as for this one, Roy, this is definitely going to be a heater to get started on the main broadcast.
Yeah, this is going to be an insane match, I think, guys. Like, both of these teams are sort of in the same boat, right? Where like they've kind of gone through their finalized roster changes. They're coming into the split. They're feeling confident. They're looking to make their statement, right? They're in a good spot in terms of standings to challenge that first or second Ascension slot. It's really just going to get crazy from here between these two teams.
Especially too with a couple of the changes coming on through. We're not a stranger to some of the roster changes that have happened in stage 3, but it still just blows my mind to see. And first up, we have to talk about Winthrop University. Seeing a couple of changes here, we're going to have those on the left side, but Roy, like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is insane. I think they're on a whole new level now with the addition of Governor and Glyph. I feel like those 2 pieces added to this team has sort of elevated them. And I also had a chance to talk to Moobs pretty extensively at Masters Toronto. And I feel like he was very open, like opening up about, like their intentions, like how, how things have changed within the team. Like they're a lot more serious now. They're doing the P word, the practice. Like it's just things are just getting
Ayo.
crazy from here.
Not the practice. Oh no. But I mean, you're talking about a team leveling up, and definitely so. You look at the experience that Governor has and is absolutely incredible. And Glyph on that roster and Ambrosia that did get second at stage 2 and just putting up absolute numbers. Nazi Flair definitely missed on this team because, like, I mean, they're also really, really skilled players, but I'm excited to see how this team is leveling up, especially to with this being a Winthrop University, looking back at just how this has been for them, that has always been able to show up and impress. When you're looking at the kind of the expectations heading into things, into now where Winthrop is now, I mean, Roy, this is a team that, yeah, you can never count them out. They're not just a collegiate team, like they're real contenders.
Absolutely. I mean, they're gunning for that Ascension slot. There's just really no other way to say it. And honestly, from my perspective, and I don't know if I'm jumping the gun too yet because we're still early in this split, but I feel like this is a powerhouse roster and probably like one of the only teams I'm very confident to go like toe to toe with Envy in terms of like just raw performances across the board. Very cracked players, a lot of experience, a lot of vocality on this team, a lot of great ideas, and just it feels like the roles are natural. Nothing's really forced. Like they have a good duelist, they have good players on the off roles, they have like good sentinel players. Like there's just so much going on for this roster, and I genuinely feel like they are such a threat right now.
They really are. And I think that a lot of that also lends to like the adaptability out from Ali as well. The fact that he's able to fulfill so many of these roles now, slotting into that secondary initiator for this squad and being that main flasher as well. And the fact that he doesn't have that performance drop off really allows Glyph and Governor to lean into those comfort picks for them. And I think also what I'm really looking forward to are the new ideas that Glyph will be bringing to the table for this rod in that leadership role here for Winthrop. He was previously IGLing for Ambrosia, his last team, the last 2 splits. And that adjustment that's going to be coming through is going to be really nice to see. And I feel like there's just insane. You look at the numbers as well, right? There's just crazy firepower on this team on top of that. And it feels like that just leveled up with the new additions that we've brought to the server.
And with this being week 2, of course, we did have a little glance to see how things are kind of clicking and stuff. And I think, too, when you are looking at a team that's always had a level of flexibility when you're looking at this Winthrop roster and the fact they can change things, the fact that sometimes talking to interviews and they didn't really know what they were going to play for which agent going into a map. So then, I mean, they have that level of flexibility. So to be able to integrate Glyph and Governor into the roster, I'm not necessarily too surprised to see that come on through. It was a really strong victory they had last week. And Roy, when I'm looking at the success of the roster and everything, that was definitely a great starting point.
Yeah, I mean, they had a solid win against Prosperity, and I don't really think it's so much about this win, more so than the fact that like how good, their ideas, how they look settling into the meta as we change, like the map pool's changing. Like there's so many changes happening within this team, and they're still finding that space to just be dominant. Like, yeah, Icebox was a 13-10. It could have been cleaner. It could have been a little bit better. But I mean, Sunset was a great performance. I think that was a little bit more in line with what we're going to be expecting from this roster moving forward. And like we said, guys, this roster, they have X factor in every role. Every player on this team has firepower. They're bringing in Governor, tier 1 experience in APAC. Like there's just so many layers to it. They're bringing in like new guns, old guns. They have guns all over. Like these guys are a threat in every level, and the X factor that they bring is going to be an absolute, it's sort of like a really big factor against Cubert Academy.
I'm excited to see how they fare up against Cubert Academy. And I'm also really excited to see this new look coming out from everybody's favorite Cube team. Because this is a team, of course, that you've seen the plushies, you've seen all the fans, you get to see their crazy pose. And I'm really excited to see these changes coming into the team. You're going to stick with Nismo Knights Redux. I mean, this is such a strong part of the team.
Yep.
But looking at Satellite and Caillou coming in, I think is really, really cool. Caillou is shown to be really proficient in calling and stuff. And Satellite, I mean, oh, Roy, he is a fragger out in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubts in my mind to why this player was signed to this roster, honestly. Like he was such a threat previously in split 1, split 2. He had phenomenal performances. I remember us talking significantly about the fact that, he was kind of like the shadow player. Like, no, we didn't really know what to expect from him. He was kind of the dark horse. He stepped up significantly, we were talking about him being one of the most underrated players in the league. He proved that statistically and, through performances and through the results. And it's no surprise that he's here. Obviously, along with Caillou as well, who was previously IGLing M80. They also had a pretty solid run before things, kind of broke apart. These things happen. It's all good. But yeah, the addition of Caillou and Satellite to this roster has sort of changed things. For me, guys, like my questions are like, obviously when you're bringing in a new IGL in such a short time frame, like, are they adapting to their old playbook? Are they kind of playing within the new playbook? Like, there's just so many questions in my mind, and I would love some insight on that if we can hopefully get an interview with them later.
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool to find that out. And I feel like one of the great things that Kai was bringing to the table back when he was leading M80 and Chet's Pets was just like a lot of the set plays. It felt like that we saw coming out from them, especially a lot of those like trap plays. Obviously, the meta's changed a little bit as far as he was very recognizable on like that breach in particular, and now shifting away from that breach play as we head into this double controller meta. There is going to be, I think, additional pressure on him in that regard, and working with Nismo to find those opportunities for Redux. And I think that you look also at the numbers here. We were talking about, okay, hold on. I say look at the numbers. Forgive Satellite. Forgive my boy Satellite for one moment.
This is just from stage 3. So they played one match, okay? We know Satellite can absolutely shoot. He's gone through a role swap. He's on that Sentinel now, which I think is surprising for a lot of players. But we have also seen how Cubert has leaned into kind of just working around Redux and his strength as a duelist as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing Satellite kind of get more time to gel in his new role. We absolutely know that he's capable of taking over server. I'm looking forward to seeing how he adjusts now being that anchor player. But yeah, that I gotta be clear. That does not tell the whole story. We got to talk about the stats from like the last 2 stages too. Give him a little bit of grace here.
No, you know what? I respect the disclaimer because honestly, you're absolutely right. Like he's only had one match. They kind of was in a blowout match too, so there really wasn't that many rounds. Obviously, if Redux is popping off on the entry and he's kind of having success in the openers and a lot of his fights, like it doesn't really leave much for the lurkers sometimes if things are going well with the pack. Like you look at Redux, you look at Nismo, you look at Knights. Those players are going to be mostly with the pack like a majority of the time. Obviously, Caillou as well. So if they're having success on the front lines, really kind of the Sentinels are sort of scrambling for stats, if you will. But I do want to mention one thing, guys, and it's the fact that obviously we are seeing a huge meta shift right now. Some teams are shifting over to the Sentinels. Some teams are sort of shifting over to the double controllers. Like we're seeing a lot of changes, but this team is actually doubling down on the KO. We've seen them run it on Haven. We've seen them run him on Icebox, and Nismo's obviously that's the trademark Nismo agent. But my tinfoil hat theory, guys, is that KO is actually in a really good spot in this double initiator meta. Like I know we've kind of circled back to KO, but I feel like he's in a really good spot, and I'm actually very curious to see how they utilize this, sort of disrupt the meta and kind of play anti within what is becoming, we're like reverting back to a utility heavy kind of controller heavy meta.
Yeah, I think it's just so strong when you're dealing with the double smokes, just being able to pop flash through, and then also just the suppress having just so much value when you're facing up against these double controller comps that are usually going to have that Viper as that secondary controller, right? And then I think that my eyes for Satellite as the stage moves on is going to be kind of related towards how he's going to learn how to take a lot of these timings, which is very different from the role that he previously took. He was more so in the driver's seat in that regard, right? He was the one who was making the timings, changing the pace, the tempo. And now it's this time where Satellite's going to have to look to make those adjustments to learn it from the other perspective. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that journey goes as we get deeper into the stage.
Yeah, completely agree.
And I love that you talk about that journey specifically, because going from being like the star duelist of the team to now having to sit back on the Senti role. I mean, obviously it was a week last week that was a little bit more rough, but again, you guys talk about the small sample size, you give grace, and that is 100% so. But for the rest of the team, great start. I mean, I think a lot of it really goes into, even with switching roles around, everything else, this is still such a really strong team at its core. You still see that core, and you look back to last week and everything too, and Nismo on that KO specifically was frying. So I'm very intrigued going on to today to see a little bit more of that coming out from a couple of the really key players on these teams. But another 2 players we have to talk about. We talk about the role changes on the side of Cubert Academy, and that is because, of course, you want to have Redux in that duelist role and going up against Infiltrator on the other end. I mean, Roy, we've only spoke so highly of Infiltrator looking back at Winthrop and all of their runs. And this will be a great head-to-head.
Yeah, there's really no other language we can choose here when we talk about Infiltrator. Like he has been such an important key player for this roster. He's been very consistent when it comes to openers. He's very involved with how things are kind of opening up in the rounds. He's been very successful at it. His ratios have been just crazy. His overall damage per round, his kill to death ratio, like literally every possible metric you would want from the duelist, Infiltrator has had. And on the other hand, Redux stats have been a little bit kind of different because he swapped the controller last play. We weren't really sure what was going on, but even when he was swapped in the controller role, he was still popping off. And now that he's back on the duelist, he's sort of back to doing Redux things. So I'm really curious to see. I think this will be a really good test for us on the desk and kind of for the viewers as well to see where these teams stand. Where is Redux on the power rankings in terms of duelists? Is he going to live up to the hype? How is Infiltrator going to do within this new system? Is he going to keep being Infiltrator? Is he going to keep popping off for Winthrop University? There's so many questions, and I think we're going to have a lot of those answers start to be answered in this matchup specifically.
Can you talk about the power rankings, considering that these are two of the strongest teams that we have in Challengers, to see this head-to-head so early on, to get a little bit of an idea of exactly where we're at, Ash? I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I think it's super exciting. I think that also the other thing where we're talking about that head-to-head is that Redux also brings a little bit more as far as that agent pool depth to the Cubert as well, right? We see them running those no duelist compositions,
Yep.
at times seeing him on that Omen, especially on an Icebox, where that Omen has been really strong for a lot of those vertical positionings and trying to catch players off guard. So I'm literally looking forward to seeing how that additional depth kind of continues to broaden the spectrum here for the game plan and the approach that Cubert can be taking in these matches when it does come down to those agent compositions for these teams. But man, I'm just looking forward to seeing these two go head to head once again.
Right.
Infiltrator's always been one of my favorite duelists to watch in the server.
I cannot wait. I'm really hoping, I feel like I say this before every series, I really hope it's a 3-mapper, but let's talk about the maps and the series ahead and everything else. Reminder, we are on the new map pool, and it's not going to be a pick, it is a decider, but let's talk about the first 2 maps first, especially to Roy. Cubert picking up Icebox. Winthrop University picked up by Winthrop.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Icebox pick, guys. They had a great performance against Core last week. It looked great. The no duelist composition, we're seeing a little bit more of that, or some iterations of it. We saw it be successful yesterday for SRG. It's really no surprise. I think they have the players to make such composition work flawlessly. They got Nizbo on the KO. It makes complete sense to why they would pick Icebox. They're confident on it. The results back it up.
Yeah, and looking forward at Lotus, I mean, if we look at a Winthrop University here and their map pools and what they tend to pick, Lotus is top of the list. It has always been there. It's something that they're so comfortable with. But I'm looking at a Cubert Academy on the other side that should be fairly confident with this map as well. But that decider, I mean, Ash, we got to see only a taste of Corrode yesterday, but as the decider, I'm so excited, especially too with no real idea what these teams could be cooking up.
Yeah, I think it really does end up being a little bit of that coin flip when we do get to that last map, just because we have no idea really what to expect or what the necessary, what the approach to this meta is going to be within Challengers NA as well. Because we know that, there's going to be the meta in Tier 1, there's going to be the meta in other scenes in Collegiate, but there's always those little stylistic tweaks, it feels like, for each league that these teams tend to lean into. And it was really fun yesterday as well. TSM was pulling out the Wele. I'm really curious to see what is going to happen. Roy, I really hope that we get to see Corrode, because I just want to know how all of these teams in VCL are going to be approaching this new map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is kind of where metas are sort of born, right? In sort of the spectrum of things. People think it's Tier 1, but oftentimes Tier 2s get their hands on it. They're scrimming it much earlier than Tier 1 teams. So, they kind of get a head start on it. So, yeah, I can completely understand your excitement, to be honest. But I do want to circle back to the second map, guys, because we still don't even know what to expect from either of these teams on that map. They have not pulled it out last week. It's still kind of an unknown factor. Obviously, the meta has changed a lot. Some teams are reverting back to the Fnatic comp with Fade and double controllers. Other teams are trying new things. So I think the first map is going to be, obviously there's known quantities. The second map is up in the air as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens and what they pick on that second map as well.
there's just layers of excitement to the series. The fact that we have two of the top teams, there's the potential of Corrode to see what they're cooking up on Lotus nowadays. It'll be absolutely fantastic. And I'm excited to see where exactly we are thinking this series is going to go in terms of our official predictions. I gotta say, when I saw this as well, I was a little surprised with how these predictions turned out, because I don't know. I thought this one would be split. Roy, did not think that Wyatt was all alone in the Cubert fan club. Like, this is shocking. I know Winthrop is good, but so is Cubert.
Yeah, I mean, if Dryad was here, there'd be a second Cubert fan, that's for sure.
True.
But yeah, honestly, I'm a little surprised as well. I thought it'd be a little bit more split. I think we're all just really on the Winthrop University train. Obviously, they looked great in split 1 and split 2. Now they've made their roster changes, a bit of a refresh for them. They look even more crazy somehow. So I can honestly completely understand why we're sort of leaning Winthrop University. But realistically, we should definitely not be sleeping on Cubert Academy, because they're definitely a threat as well.
I don't even think it's at least from my perspective, I don't feel like I'm sleeping on Cubert. It's just more so the faith in Winthrop. It feels like the roster changes have gone a little bit more like smoothly off the gate for them. Cubert, it does look good. I do like the changes that have come in. I'm looking forward to seeing how these players warm up their new roles, mainly looking towards like Satellite there. But I do think it is going to maybe take a little bit more of that time. Yep. Meanwhile, I feel like Winthrop currently, with the way that they're playing, just has a little bit more punch, and that's why I feel like they have the edge up today.
Yeah, this definitely is. I have to go for Winthrop University first off, because it's Winthrop University. I definitely think it'll be a close series, but I don't know. The level ups there, it's just too undeniable. I think it's really, really strong. But I definitely think there's going to be a lot of stock in this first map of the series and what we get to see on Icebox. And Roy, you had talked about this being a known quantity. We had seen it last week, and we get to see too that as much as we praise this duelist head-to-head and Redux on that duelist role, this is where we get to see them go without a duelist and him pick up the Omen instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, Icebox is totally fine not to have a duelist, in my opinion, right? Like, Omen is still kind of dually, all things considered. He's got the TPs, he's got the get out of jail free cards, he's got the Omen flash, like one of the best util pieces in the game. Like, the ult can just get you in the back lines immediately. Like, there's so much play potential for Redux. I would not be surprised to just see him just like off the rails, just kind of being as aggressive as he could possibly get. And obviously, when you have the Sova, when you have the Gecko, things can be awkward in terms of like, you know, finding angles with the operator. So I'm curious to see how they're going to, you know, play around that fact. And obviously, there's a world where they change their compositions, but I'm not really expecting that for this week.
Go to the agent select. Let's see. Let's make sure we got it all locked in. But yeah, you're so right with the fact you don't need to be running a duelist. On the side of Winthrop University, though, Ash, we have seen this duelist. We talked about Infiltrator. We normally get to see the Jet. We get an official confirmation. I'm not seeing any changes. Yep. So yeah, we got the duelist versus the duelist comp, but I think this is going to be strong from both ends.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's really no surprise there. I think that Sentinel for Cubert Academy, they're also just starting out on the defense first. I'm looking for them to rack up a lot of rounds in this first half. They have so much stall potential running that double controller, the mollies as well. There's so much ability to deny those plant opportunities and try and stave off the pushes on a lot of these chokes here. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on Infiltrator to try and break through a lot of these barriers to find these openings for Winthrop for the execution.
Yeah, I completely agree, Ash. I think the mollies are going to be definitely a sort of issue for Winthrop University, especially towards the B site. That's kind of the price you pay for not having the Sage, not having the Harbor. So I'm definitely looking for that to see how they kind of deal with the planting situation towards B, as well as the planting situation towards A. But I'm expecting a lot of fast floods from the Sentinel roster. I want to see how Winthrop University are sort of going to bust through the double controllers, not get too stalled out, not feel like they have to go mid where things can get a little chaotic. So I'm looking at Winthrop University to kind of manage these things and problem solve as they go along, and how to set Infiltrator up for success.
Two of the top teams that we have here in Challengers. A little bit of changes coming into stage 3, and it's time to see faced head-to-head how they're going to fare up on Icebox. A known quantity, but how's it going to shake up this time? Let's find out and send it over to your casters, Wyatt and Tenric, to get you started.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And yeah, what an exciting match to start off the day. What has blossomed into one of the more exciting rivalries in North American Challengers, the Academy versus the University, with two new players on both sides, but on the map that we've already seen them on in the previous week, Wyatt. Like Sierra said, a known quantity, but one that most of us, in fact, all of us other than you, thought that Winthrop would end up doing a little bit better on. How you feel?
Well, first of all, this has just been a go-to map for, I feel like, Nismo teams in general, and every team he's been on in the past few years, mostly been M80, they always run this duelistless comp here. He feels so comfortable playing the KO. He's going to be really proactive, constantly flashing through walls. There's also those additional dark covers that are going to be down. He's going to be pushing through. He's going to be playing very aggressive on entry. But starting on defense, I'm going to be looking especially at Redux because there are great opportunities to pick up that operator on the Omen. If they can win an early pistol here, maybe they can get the economy rolling, have a situation like that.
The Renaissance to the active Omen is one that Redux has really been trying to profit off of and doing a better and better job as Cubert has been playing Icebox more and more. They've met this first attack very quickly in Nismo, the first to extend. Rest of Cubert does their job and trades their way through. Satellite also going to get their first lurk kill going.
And now Ali biding his time. Nismo very weak. As is Caio. A real opportunity here. They're both weak players trying to trade for each other, but Caio not even an opportunity to get the shot off. Wingman going to get that plant down and allow Ali to safely reposition back yellow. Satellite, new addition to this team, having to step up in an early clutch situation.
He said give him grace after those stats we saw from last week, for a good reason too, but Ollie is no slouch. Has baited out Satellite's first swing, and the turret, as it gets off, it's reloaded. Ollie once again holds it down. 3K for the Gecko, and Satellite cannot follow up for Cubert. Winthrop win the pistol.
I love how he plays that at the end there, just taking a wide swing, getting into an off angle, but it does it silently when he hears that reload cue. That was a really cool play in the 1 versus 1. Look at how Cubert are stacked up here. They're so fast to get into the site, fight together. That's great. But then getting a little bit over eager with that double swing. Satellite not in position to help. They could have waited for the spike to have to be actually planted as well. Big credit to Ali, though. Puts his team in a great position. Okay, at least Infiltrator gets one.
Certainly worthwhile. These kinds of economies. The conversation around Satellite, I think, coming out of this week was that, you know, he was underutilized, which is kind of a ridiculous thing to say considering he was put on the Sentinel role. It's just unfortunate that people didn't meet him as often as he was hoping to be met, you know, where he was inserted, because Cubert likes to insert their Sentinels quite deep, and Satellite has no trouble setting up his firing ranges wherever. Winthrop, though, with this gun diff, they'll be able to recover after that first stack and wait until Cubert comes to them, winning that follow-up pretty easily.
Yeah, I really am excited to see what Satellite can do on this team. That run he had with Ambrosia in the Stage 2 playoffs was really impressive. That was a team we did not expect to be in the finals of Stage 2 when things began by any means. And he was a huge reason that that was actually the case. So getting this opportunity with one of the teams that are being supported by a great organization should be cool to see what he can do with this opportunity. It's going to be the first full buy now for Cubert to try and stop the early bleeding.
Infiltrator gonna hop up on this too pretty quickly, but Cliff extending into A main after Redux again gets a little antsy.
Knights
still gonna find that recovery frag, but push is still good through B lane. They'll get that orb for free in yellow too.
The Infiltrator really extended deep, looking like, you know, they wanted to have a B main split, was a bit ahead of the pack, so Knights gets that trade on the opposite side of the map. With their wall goes down, so they're not going to want to show themselves right now. Wait for the Viper to be able to put it back up, but Knights with some well-timed spam.
As that wall fades away again, Knights is gonna get even greedier. Can't find the wingman from all the way back in Snowman, but the rest of Cubert comes back to play for this retake. Winthrop's resources are running a little dry still. To be able to drain a couple guns this late into the round, huge for the bonus. And Knights has already been compromised. They'll have to still extend off of him. Governor laying very wide off the yellow to start this out, and so they'll start toying with flushing him out of the back of yellow. The rest of lane has to try to follow in. Cubert holding down on top of the wingman. Never mind, it's just Caillou who can do all the dirty work himself. Cubert keep all 4 of those rifles heading out of the bonus.
Yeah, all too easy for them at the man advantage, but then also having the wingman to force the fewer Winthrop players to swing out. I like the Governor was able to take a reposition to back yellow, but even still, you know, 2 players in main, it's just tough to set anything up, and weaker weapons. They just really had everything working against them. This was really heads up from Knights. Put them in position to win out this round, and IGL Caillou. Nice little 3K, getting really close to that Thrash early on.
We'll see if Winthrop once again tries to spread these resources thin. They're willing to kind of send their tip of the spear anywhere, regardless of where the rest of the spear is going. Infiltrators just kind of do his own thing. Governor and Glyph, no doubt, have that same level of trust that Nazi and Flare did. Coming out of watching Winthrop in their previous performance, their executes still look clean as ever. I mean, the 2 new players have really fit in like a glove. I think that is what gives a lot of people confidence in how these guys will do, but you really cannot sleep on Caillou or Satellite and their new roles here on Cubert. They'll, I mean, they haven't really had to do much adjustment either.
No, definitely not. Cubert were such a regimented team. I think that's what was giving them the most of their success. You could just tell how hard they were practicing, drilling those big retakes, big site executes. And I imagine that they'll be able to just fit those 2 new players in a very effective way. It's Winthrop right now, though, in the mid-round, playing things slow, trying to give moves an opportunity, see if maybe someone takes a peek towards Tube. They fully cut noise towards A, and now they're going to go for the execute late into the round. Still silent.
Let it go on top of the knife. Smoke tossed out on top of Governor as well. Winthrop still choose to extend. Governor actually a little stranded, and with 13 seconds to go, they've kind of just got to play with him, providing that cover fire. Moves, can't get a kill as the rest of Cubert makes their way through, and that powers down Winthrop tremendously. Despite the fact that they get that spike down, they can't get anybody in position for this post plant. Only 1 kill going their way as Cubert can set up an economy for a good chunk of this half of this round.
And that was a great retake, but the knife that Nismo hit, connecting onto all 4 players when there were about 25 seconds left, and they just still needed to get through the Viper wall, so they just have no flashes, no recon for backside, nothing. That is an absolute nightmare. And then also just heads up from those rotators coming from B, ready for moves to be in that lurk spot, playing towards window. He gets swung on by a couple players. Had to try and go for an aim adjustment, couldn't make it. So Cubert just really making sure that every little aspect of the game there is covered. Winthrop, though, they still can't afford another buy. They've got all of the Vandals into this round, so economy is not totally cracked yet.
And they can still go fishing kind of wherever Infiltrator goes as well with that Hunter's Fury and the Thrash. You can commit anywhere on a dime. Want to be able to force that tempo shift against Cubert's favor. Moment's notice. Huge execute onto moves through mid. Big blind from the Dizzy. Cubert can then completely reset. Winthrop recognizes the time is nigh. They set up their screen. Classic execution onto the B site here, but have to endure a good chunk of this U-tilt. Cubert did not have to dip back too far.
Look at this. They have multiple players just facing out in the open. All right, the wingman going to get denied by that Molly as well. Cubert, all 5 players are positioned here. Are they going to try to flood back in? They're biding their time. Infiltrator wants to get forward. Here comes a Thrash.
Might be a little too late here. Rest of Winthrop has already dipped in. Governor grabbing 2 from Snowman. And his Satellite tries to help out Caillou, peeking out of this Thrash. There's simply too many variables in your way. Governor, immovable object this round. Giving Winthrop a whole lot of life for the remainder. Caillou just gonna try to play with the heartstrings of Winthrop here. Decent job after a 2K on top of the wingman. Turns on to Governor, sprays it through. And that's another 3K for Caillou. This time, that saves Cubert's chances of grabbing the round.
That was mental, but so well played. using the wingman to just force those players to peek out into the open. The player from yellow went earlier than the player from B main for Winthrop, so 1v1s were isolated, snappy shots were connected. I mean, it began with that really cool play from Cubert into mid. There was a really deep pop flash thrown by Nismo, and it was synced up with the Dizzy. They swing out to catch a mid lurk. That was really cool. Winthrop do a great job recovering it with some proactivity, fighting forward while the spike was being planted. Caillou is looking so sick. What a clutch.
Yeah, looking really comfortable at the moment on this new role. That carries so much weight. Knight's already catching Infiltrator once again on the extension. He's not finding nearly as much as he'd like to. Not a whole lot of first kills so far. Ollie gonna find Knights as he runs away though, so Winthrop can bargain for a little more space on the B site yet again with 4 more time on the clock than normal, but less guns.
Yeah, Knights gets a little greedy with that positioning, trying to hunt for some more damage, but already found the advantage. We've just gotten a lot of space into this A site. Could be in the round-winning position if he catches the timing.
He certainly will. Can always count on moves for that. Cubert, now have to have that universal awareness of where moves could be and speed things up on the retake too. That Thrash is just gonna go for the interception on what they think is a little bit closer, but just cycle that back for Cubert's attempt number 2. The wingman's down.
Paranoia through Dizzy gonna be thrown out. Moves still on this flank timing.
Ducks fishing after the Hunter's Fury thrown out. Now the Thrash to reset, and the timing is just not going to go their way. Winthrop, they have too many resources, and they'll be able to tie things up again. A lot of players still oh no, only 2.
But still all good. They'll be more than happy to take that round. They started to down a player as well. No, Knights is going to be frustrated just thinking, why did I stick around trying to go for more? You know, he gets caught by that drone on the retreat. This is where Ollie gets the free kill. Then they get the free plant. Moves gets a great timing. It was a well-played round, but you know, really Cubert should have had an easy 5-on-4 to maintain.
Cubert are going to leave mid completely alone this time around. Let that turret do its job. This Winthrop stacked pretty heavy on A site for this execute. Redux is going to be holding on to that operator. Like you said, he's gone for it quite early this game. It's a good reason. He's been pretty consistent on it, but he's going to have to use his ultimate in order to get back to this site to use it efficiently, as the wingman is going to get the spike down and Winthrop can just dip on back.
Here comes that Paranoia Dizzy over the top as well. Infiltrator really far forward.
Caught instantly. So Winthrop just have to deal with what's left. Lockdown is going to force him even farther back, and Redux is just going to start stepping out and peeking with this operator. First kill goes his way. Viper's Pit on the spike to respond, but Cliff falls quickly, and Cubert have more than enough to completely drain the swamp. They'll easily defuse the spike, and no reason for Moose to even re-engage.
If they were happy to play for a retake, given they had the null command and then right into that lockdown as it was going to expire, they completely gave up that A site. They were more than content to do so. Kind of righting the wrongs of that last round. They're able to get Winthrop, you know, it forced into a tougher economic position out. They're definitely going to be considering how they want to operate in this round as far as the buy goes, because they can force another rifle with moves, but not everybody is going to have a full buy, so they'll be weighing up what's best for them.
It really does seem like everybody's pretty happy with how much space they're handing each other. Everyone is dealing each other a decent amount of respect. The guns are eventually going to go both teams' ways. By the looks of it, everybody's eventually going to be able to get a decent buy, but it's just about kind of shedding the shrapnel along the way and keeping the salt cycle going. These have been super influential throughout these rounds, and Winthrop, unfortunately, yeah, with that Viper's Pit gone, you don't really have much to springboard back into. So Cubert has the momentum, has the ability to kind of play for whatever advantage they want to on the defense. So again, it's on Winthrop to shift the tempo.
They're going to get one rifle drop by Moobs, but still having enough cash for the next. So all things considered, this buy isn't too bad. Redux still has that operator, didn't get a chance to use it on the prior round, is posted up over towards B main currently. Knight's jiggling off of the contact that he's taking.
Gotta be aware of this operator still, yeah. Try and inch up that way. Cubert can double down on mid as well, make sure that Winthrop don't have anybody lurking.
Poison's off.
Moves, pushing with the rest of this stack. Infiltrator, that's a humongous step out.
What was that?
To find Redux, that's unreal. Knights not holding it at the proper moment, unfortunately. I mean, how long could that moment have been, though?
Now Infiltrator just wants to creep up. Back yellow going to be cleared by that recon. What's the move here from Cubert? Do they try to fight through this wall? Winthrop are silently pushing forward.
Cell only one here. Satellite's not been given away, but Knights is already picked off, and the rest of Cubert has to fight this a little early. Governor walking up close, and the rest of Winthrop can just swarm this battle. Nismo playing from the distance is able to get some sort of resurgence going. Only 2 players left, but one of them is now holding that operator, and the other is Infiltrator, so pretty dangerous post plant to be walking into. Nismo trying to find a vulnerable point as that spike is held down, but now that it's been confirmed, Ollie can just hold the extension from Snowman, and Winthrop, huge recovery round, able to steal an operator, along with a whole lot more of that space to tie us up again.
Yeah, that's another round where Winthrop are able to win on B on account of being so willing to fight forward. And they do it in this silent way as well. They're not flashing through the Viper wall. They're just walking up with multiple players. But prior to that, I mean, what was that shot from Infiltrator? That sounded like it was even like a one-tap. I don't even think that was a burst. He just peeked out and killed Redux, who was holding that angle with the op. That was pretty crazy. And Infiltrator is going to be happy to use it himself now. So Viper's pit from Cubert controlling over towards B main. Governor has the drone, so could use that to clear it out.
Aggressive hold by Redux. Nismo is holding this, but Ali can just peek into it and kills Caillou, once again trying to potentially refrag, but it's all to protect Redux, who has also given his position away now. Ali is single-handedly put a chokehold on the A site this round, and Winthrop can continue to toy with that as they'll leave this Viper's pit thanks to their ex-coach's escapades.
Yeah, Ollie's going for more as well, trying to fight Redux. Cannot blame him for having the maxed out confidence. This operator is going to have to get some serious work done. Winthrop wait things out, push on now that the recon has been cycled back up, and Infiltrator is able to deal with that up.
They'll continue gliding on forward. Satellite able to at least hold that first kill off. But it's still a 4v2 with Knights having to re-up on a rifle. Satellite gonna grab this operator. This might just be a save round after all that Winthrop have been able to sink their teeth into this round.
Yeah, they're just going to want to keep that operator, and it's yet to get any value. Which is unfortunate for Cubert. It's a big investment, of course. And this round just simply comes down to the heroics of Ali, and it's not the first round that has simply come down to the heroics of Ali. He got the 1 versus 3 clutch earlier as well. Really stepping up for the team right now to try and cobble together a solid Icebox attack half. Just able to isolate and win a 1v1 against Nismo, isolate a second 1v1. No one able to trade onto him.
Yeah, everybody watching first hit through main, and then Nismo backing up before Redux decides to step back. Just that nice little window for them again, thanks to Ollie finding it and completely executing on it. Right time to call a timeout, certainly from Cubert, because I agree with Ash when she said that, yeah, this attack half from Winthrop needs to be explosive because Cubert's, from, you know, what we've already seen is far more so. Their duelistless execution game has been really clean, especially on that B site for these past couple weeks. And against Core, they held their own. It was their pick for that match, and it's their pick for this match for a reason.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to need as many rounds as you can get before Cubert get onto this attack side. And that's just kind of the case with Icebox in general. And then I want to just say especially so with how good, again, just these Nismo Icebox teams are on Icebox attack. Like the way he's able to dictate the pace of the game is really dangerous. Winthrop have a great opportunity to extend the lead to 6. Just given the state of the buy for Cubert being really weak, unless, again, just have to draw attention to this op. Hasn't gotten value yet, but this would be a pivotal round for Redux to step up with it.
Literally stepping up onto these boxes, and it's going to find purchase instantly. Moves. Again, it's another dry double peek from Winthrop, and this time it's punished. Glyph now alone in B main, while Winthrop haven't really made any ground up A either. Caillou going to be that first sight line to it, but not holding the most perfect gun for it. And it's a 50-50 off of that flash thrown by the man behind the slaughter, Nismo. He's going to have to do a whole lot more of the legwork.
Yeah, Infiltrator's able to push up. Again, Winthrop just like to kind of take their time. Good shot from Redux, though.
Head on back to that B site you opened up. Now that you've had to commit this heavily to the operator hold. Satellite going to be able to at least find this rifle now, though, so it'll be a clean 2v3. Not found, though, yet. Redux steps into it. Not dead, but at least found out, so Cubert can step a little farther forward.
I like this teleport up top as well, but Governor's ready for it. Redux too quick.
Ultimate is ready.
Already checking upstairs as well. Saw Glyph's body, but we spotted him too. Satellite having a feeling about Ollie potentially holding this. No, he certainly does not. And he might not until this other member comes through. Oh, man. That's a right shame.
I love how he plays that. He has Glyph as well, just backing up, allowing them to walk forward. He's looking so good right now on this Gecko. Has another Thrash available. Moobs has a lockdown for this buy round, which would put Cubert on a fairly weak buy for the final round. They'd have the bonus if they lose, but even still, Redux is finally able to get some work done with the operator, but it's just on a round where the rest of the team don't have the weaponry to really contend. Infiltrator finds some great picks towards a second Blade Storm of the half.
And he's just going to go haywire with it into a stack as well. Having a good feeling about how far he can go with it, but Nismo puts a stop to it. Winthrop can't twist the knife instantly, and in fact, moves. Can't even hold a candle. Nismo gets away with one more before going down. Satellite can't track the exec, and that's the rest of Winthrop funneled in. Ali grabs the frag on sight, and that'll be a bona fide 3v1 that you once again have a mid-hold on. This time, it's Glyph, and he's good. 7-4 now for Winthrop, and they've really found the rhythm on this attack.
For sure. Infiltrator is starting to heat up. You know, earlier on was going down off those very aggressive early plays, but now is starting to find those entry kills. I love how he was able to navigate the situation with the util that was going off. Things getting a little disconnected with the aggression from Cubert, and it's just fully exploited by some better trading from Winthrop University scaling into that site. They're playing very well right now, and this has got Cubert on a somewhat weak buy for the final round, just given they have a lot of Guardians.
Still have that null command, though, so you're able to stick a fork in the road for Winthrop. That being said, moves having this lockdown allows them that guaranteed first phase as long as they get the opening space. Cubert, again, sending that stack, this time through mid. Try to get the manual clearing done this time to make it a lot easier to retake the site. But into the toxic orb, it's just so hard to be able to contest a fight. No shots, deals so much more damage. Flick given credit for 2, and Nismo gonna try and peek his head out again. But it'll be 6 more weeks of winter as Winthrop will attack A.
They were just hoping to maybe isolate moves if he was playing towards mid alone off that cloud dropping with a multiplayer face, but there were a few Winthrop players ready to deal with that. And on top of it, that poison cloud had everybody on Cubert pretty weak, so they were just going down to body shot spray. Satellite's worked his way into backside. Have to be a hero, but is not going to be given the opportunity as it's just routed by this lockdown, and Winthrop will patiently work their way in to get this spike down.
He's crossed, eyes dotted yet again. Clock's a little low, and Cubert are going to try and play into it as heavily as they can. That being said, Spike is still going to get down, and Satellite's still going to get caught as Nismo has already fallen too. Found out, but still kicking at least for 2. But Winthrop can get away with an 8-4 half exiting their attack as they were able to steadily clean things up and get the cycle going from there. Cubert Academy, once again, though, this attack from them is looking pretty scary. I have a feeling Redux is not done dancing with the operator just yet.
No. Would expect it'll find an opportunity maybe to pick that up. Well, given the economy is in a place to
Of course.
allow him to buy it, but very impressed by Winthrop on that 5-round run that they went on at the end. They were dictating the pace of the game well, slowing things down, finding the right moments to hit the site. And in that half, they had better fundamentals than Cubert. They were trading way more effectively for each other. Really impressive stuff. And Ollie has been a menace so far.
Setting a decent precedent here on the mainstream. In these 1-0 games. Winthrop and Cubert met here at the same time in the Swiss stage last split as well. And it was the only time so far that Cubert has beaten Winthrop. The other 2 times were in playoff brackets, and Winthrop were able to win both of those out. So again, a matchup that has gone both ways. But again, with these 2 new players, really tough to ascertain who's going to come out on top. And if it goes to 3, it'll come down to the even bigger variable of who knows Corrode.
Redux is trying to take a timing to fight forward while the wall is still up. Time is getting fairly low for Winthrop, though. They're going to have to hit the gas here off that Dizzy.
We'll let it all go off of that, and Cubert are just able to hold the line pretty consistently there. Keeping 3 stable, in fact, but Winthrop still having their eyes up. It's just a matter of being able to burst through that wall efficiently, and they just didn't feel like they could explode effectively at any given point. Off of that, their health was just drained, tired out. Yet again, the clock, one of their biggest enemies. So already lessening the gap here on the attack. It looks so like it looks so steady. It looks so unbreakable even with those pistols. You see exactly what Cubert are going for, and it's not really like you can stop it just by knowing what it is.
Placing alarm bot.
Yeah, they do such a great job of fighting together over on that B site. And in a situation where Winthrop let a lot of time expire because they wanted to cycle their utility back up to get through the wall. But off that timing, Cubert, they're happy to duel. They have multiple players back. Yellow, Redux takes that contact out, swings first. Those are the situations that they really thrive in. They get a very free plant on this B site now, and they're in a great position to be able to win a very clean anti-eco here. Have a strong buy into the bonus round. I mean, Winthrop, they're not even really looking to go for damage at this point. They're just going to be dying to the spike. So Cubert will have an opportunity to get a couple rifles into this bonus and have a great shot at getting in a position where they can tie this game up.
Target down.
No
that's
confidence.
Unfortunate.
I mean, they do lose
one, right?
Yeah, that's rough.
Or wait, was that? Or no, that was actually just a pistol, so.
Yeah.
All good. I believe Nismo threw the rifle to someone else. Yeah, I think he threw it over to Knights and then pushed forward to fight.
Yeah, Cubert should be okay coming into this bonus. Winthrop understanding, again, just the strength of that B setup. Not really wanting to hand over the free orbs. So we'll see them try to hold the line a little closer, at least on B. That's going to be where Cubert tries to stick a spear in it first.
Molly going to be thrown deep, so Winthrop can try to control some space towards B main. Take an early engagement, but they're going to be forced back by the attacker util.
Satellite going for this mid lurk again, Infiltrator. Hasn't been conditioned to it, but is holding it this time. Quite a while, despite the fact that Cubert started making that noise as the orb goes up. Satellite goes through, and Glyph runs right into him. Nobody's able to catch it, and Cubert go for the crunch. Winthrop can only hold the back line. Infiltrator has to try to infiltrate through the middle, and he will. Taking the site pretty quickly, but again, have to breach this toxic screen and hold that spike as well. You can just extend out of yellow. Cubert continue to do that. Nismo going absolutely insane, flashing himself back out to go to attempt number 2 with the help of teammates. Caillou now having this util available into 2 members of Winthrop that simply don't have the health to keep up. Cubert don't have a massive pool themselves at the end of this round, but they're able to win the bonus out and get some massive momentum on this half.
Again, it's just these post-plant situations on B that Cubert are going to absolutely thrive in. Once that spike goes down, we saw it on the pistol, we see it here now with the rifle buy, the way that they're able to play around yellow and then get their swings from B main at the same time. And we see that there from Knights. Their Satellite on a great flank timing as well through mid to get the initial kill. They're so good over on that site. Winthrop are going to have to switch things up, either try and play more aggressively, maybe flood before the spike gets down, get the cash to get an op on that side of the map. But playing for a full retake against Cubert is a really tough ask.
Yeah, Winthrop has to find a moment to be able to interrupt Cubert in the neutral. And normally Infiltrator is the guy that's doing that, and he almost was, you know, going for the lurk check for Satellite, but getting through that toxic orb, Cubert was able to kind of negate that. So like you said, is it about getting more aggressive for Winthrop where, you know, they're the ones that are fully pushing the gas instead of just waiting to catch Cubert, even, again, when they're playing that default? Or do you just stack a little heavier and fight it out? With the worst guns this time, Winthrop are going to do the latter. And then we'll meet some rifles, whole lot of util, whole lot of orbs handed over to Cubert this round, as well as another free B site. Infiltrator searching with the blades. He's always good for one here, you know?
Yeah, it usually is, but pretty low on HP. I love the way that Cubert used their utility to go take all that space on yellow, get the kills there as well. They just have synced up. A dark cover goes top yellow, teleport into it from Redux. He swings out off of the molly from their Gecko, landing back yellow, and there's a Dizzy going over the top that gets into the sky as that Mosh is landing from the lineup. There's a pop flash from Nismo. Like, it's just so overwhelming, and Redux gets free kills swinging out over top from it. It's really lovely stuff. This is Cubert just at their best. This is what Nismo does on this map. It's the style of play that he's used to here, that M80 ran for a very long time. It's just so impressive. And it's feeling like Winthrop getting 8 rounds on their own attack half, playing very well, might not be enough because Cubert are just so good here.
It's so true. Their understanding of how to take over on this map on the attack side is so lethal, and like you said, overwhelming yellow, treating it like its own separate room to be cleared rather than just the opening to the site with all of that overwhelming util. Most of it you can cycle with the help of the Gecko. And again, Nismo being the central piece of that puzzle in the beginning, middle, and end to start, continue, and finish. Cubert having a powerful util and man advantage when it comes to holding down that site. For the first time this half, Cubert are going to set their eyes on A first, and immediately Infiltrator's going to get a kill. Bad omen, but at least they'll get that null command back up, and pretty good omen as Redux is able to grab a 2-piece as Cubert is going to be able to just walk right onto this A site. Glyph still holding behind though, and oopsie, we haven't checked. Free kill for the man as he's going to be able to reposition, not immediately caught in Satellite searching. Glyph catching another head and making this interesting as Moobs has now made his way back for the pinch. You can never be looking in front of this guy. He's always behind you, and Glyph able to clean things up. What a resurgence from Winthrop University. It all comes off of, once again, a guy just not being fully checked.
Yeah, I think Cubert just got so many kills over there. They got 3 of them. Surely there isn't a 4th
There isn't
player that's
another
just
guy.
been sitting in nests silently this entire time. Glyph catches the perfect timing there. This looked like it was going to be a free round from Cubert. They do a great job fighting together on Belt. Infiltrator definitely frustrated that he goes 1 for 1, and it's on the KO that just popped null command, so he gets instantly rezzed, basically just doesn't get a kill at all. There was no one to break the dizzy for him, so he was traded out easily. What a play from Glyph. Steps up on a crucial round out of the timeout.
Another early stack from Winthrop to try to meet this first B push head on. Obviously more confident in the A-hold now. Try to shepherd Cubert on over there, at least for the start of the round. Maybe drain some minutes off this clock. As the knife will already get drained for that now very dangerous nest.
And Jerome doesn't actually spot anything out. Here comes the Thrash, and it's going to get all the information on this site, which is that Winthrop have just given up the space, given they were playing proactively towards B. They want to get a full retake going off this Hunter's Fury. Not going to deny the plant, though.
Seems like Governor is still trying to hold the Thrash a little heavier as Winthrop can take over Heaven and do the rest of the dirty work. Ali sending out his own wingman, and that's able to do half of the defusal for Winthrop before even peeking out. Satellite holding onto this operator. Pretty scary to do so. Mosh Pit not going to be able to make the distance, and Knights with the close range can extend the first time. Satellite the first pick off, and now another nade on top of the spike. Extension into the up shot for the Ditto kill from Satellite. New entry. The Sentinel allowed to frag here on Icebox against Winthrop, tying us up again.
That's beautifully played, and Winthrop going to definitely be frustrated because they had a great setup to that round. I like that out of this timeout, they've been playing with a stacked few players to take space and fight aggressively on the extremities. That time doing it at B, just not allowing Cubert to set up for a full execute on that side of the map. And if they go A, which they did, we have a Hunter's Fury for the retake. They were in prime position to win that out. Satellite, the new addition, gets Cubert over the finish line, puts Winthrop on a bad bye. Really excellent play from him with that op.
Cubert's able to really get the ball rolling after a seesaw like that. And so we just return to form, embrace tradition. Get this little guy over to B site ASAP. Free plan is Winthrop will once again have the stacks outside of the site, heavily on mid, and a Viper's Pit set up early on top. Glyph gonna hop in early himself.
Yeah, this just feels as good as done unless Glyph can step up yet again. Nismo wants to fight forward. Okay, good random spam while running.
We've got so much room to just kind of wander around this. You control yellow and can extend basically a snowman from here, but Ali's wingman is just holding down on the spike. Infiltrator able to play full-on bodyguard, and that's an indiscernible round from Winthrop University. Gives them all the guns back, gives them all the momentum back. They keep all of their ultimates too. I am aghast.
Yeah, that's crazy. They just should not be allowed to win that. I mean, Cubert get into the full post-plant situation with all of their players alive with the pit down. And I liked what they were doing towards yellow. They had a couple players. It was Nismo and Redux. It looked like they were just going to try and kind of circumvent the pit, get kills on anyone from Winthrop that would try to be working around it but not going inside, and Glyph just fully catches them. And now pit of his own, thrown down B main for full control. And you can see on the minimap too, has that alarm bot which is going to alert him to anyone creeping their way forward. Just some additional safety for him. Up on the cross, great defensive setup, but Infiltrator can't capitalize. He's going for more, huh? Okay, dude, get out. Bro, you're so weak, please.
I mean,
don't take these risks.
There's gonna be a good chance there's somebody right behind him that far back, and you've already been found out. Cut down to 7 HP. Infiltrator, vulnerable spot, but he'll be the first line of defense again with this operator. Flash drive to bait out the intel that this operator has now moved on over to the A site. So how about we consider this pit once again?
Now, what do they realistically have to clear it out? You know, the wingman? He's going to have to run through it with 30 seconds left. This is dangerous. However, for Winthrop, it is just Glyph here. Redux is going to teleport back yellow, try and split into the pit. This is cool.
Yeah, searching for a way to kind of sandwich Glyph, force him to reveal himself, but in the one way it takes a little long. Still, though, Cubert's able to blister through and not lose anybody on the way down. Now a lockdown to guarantee the site. Winthrop having to keep their distance, and Cubert just gonna give themselves a shooting range beyond that smoke setup behind Snowman. They know Winthrop is just waiting and watching, and they take advantage, setting us up for a 5v3 retake.
Governor not going to have an opportunity to get a kill with this operator either. He gets a leg shot on a Redux, but ultimately it's going to be very irrelevant. And you just see the power in that situation too of having the Omen on top of the Viper, where you can just throw down those dark covers when the wall runs out of energy and you're just good to go. You're going to keep those angles covered up by smokes. Cubert do a really great job of being able to work around that pit. Very cool to have the Omen from the shadows pop to get back yellow so they can split on the Glyph. I love that idea from them, and it works perfectly. And Winthrop just completely left Glyph on his own to lock down that B site, just expecting that Cubert would respect the pit, but they don't. This is a great back and forth in this game right now.
That really is a great macro read to know that Winthrop is going to end up just sticking Glyph by himself after making all that noise over on the A site, having all that trust in him, being able to go for that Omen ultimate. Really smart play coming out of Cubert, and they have some more tricks up their sleeve. Redux going for the aggressive TP into a smoke to take that high ground back on main and get another opening frag for Cubert. That's all that they need to do here. Winthrop are going to be forced to kite over to A super heavily. With 75 seconds on the clock, Cubert can now toy with this B site that they've been able to just steal away again and again, and Winthrop can't really do anything about it.
Yep, they fully peel off, and now they're going to work back into B main. Alarm bot is eventually going to be triggered here, so that'll give the information to Winthrop. Moves shouldn't really have an opportunity to do much. Wants to, or was at least considering using the lockdown. Yeah, he's going to let that rip now that the rest of his team are a bit closer. There's not going to be an opportunity to deny the spike going down, however, and there's still a lot of space for Cubert. Look at them all back yellow right now, 4 players.
They're able to just keep on duking this out as Winthrop comes onto site, so they have to dig deep. Glyph already in the outskirts of yellow, good for 2, and still stuck between 2 more. Nismo on yellow, low health, and so Satellite has to start toying with him early to force him to panic. Turret out. Nismo, once again, just trying to run this clock down until Glyph has to dig deep again. And Cubert can drag him down into the pits of hell, give themselves a lead here on Icebox, 11-10.
That lockdown just didn't get enough value for Winthrop. It did kind of funnel everyone from Cubert back yellow. They had 4 players there. And I mean, to be fair, to Winthrop's credit from there, look at this moment where they're able to get that molly down, players vulnerable up and flashed up by the Dizzy as well. But Cubert are eventually still able to trade things out. They already had the man advantage because of the early play on A where they catch Infiltrator in that smoke. Full investment here from Winthrop. Cubert are getting really close to taking their map pick.
Glyph already stepping out, but it was a trap play to set up Infiltrator's peak. A free kill this time for the defense. And Cubert gonna try and aggro to give themselves a leg back into it. Dizzy giving away Satellite's lurk on mid, but he also has help. All trying to bait Greed from the other side. Cubert still inching up this B lane as Infiltrator is only inched back to the yellow.
They're ready for a bit more action. Doesn't have the dash though, so things could get a little bit dangerous. Caillou does have a Dizzy to throw over top. Swing out from Redux.
Dizzy's gonna suss him out Infiltrator trying to stall, but Satellite catching him outside of the cloud burst. And so Cubert have the sight. Caillou stepping out of the toxic screen to just grab one on the way down, but it's still a 2v2. Moobs boosting off of Ollie with the help of that Dizzy. They can at least take the outskirts, but Wingman is only some fodder. It has to be the Thrash to clear out the space. Set up moves, but Knights catches him on the way out, and Thrash still can't find a connection. Ollie alone in the 1v2, a high-low setup instantly by Cubert to give themselves a 2-round lead. 2 rounds of game point to work with on their map pick.
They're just too good on this B site. They have won, what, 6 or 7 rounds there on this attack half. They are just too good at taking all of that space. Infiltrator still wants to play up towards yellow, but with no dash. Overwhelmed by the utility that's always going to be thrown down by Cubert. And then, again, it's that aggression after the fact, too. I mean, look at Nismo's stat line right now. He's 16 kills and 17 assists. He's gotten so many good flashes off, and now it's just a null command to, again, take this B site to try to close things out against Winthrop. They don't have any initiator ultimates to get back in here. No lockdown. This is going to be really challenging.
Yeah, really, no unique tools. You just got to shoot your way through it. That's what I think a lot of people were expecting Winthrop to be able to do this early into this stage of challengers with the new additions. First 2 knives don't connect. Redux still dancing, and on top of another flash set up by Nismo. It'll be a free kill. Redux continue to just extend, and Satellite now with the cross. Ali far into the site, but very obviously no time despite how much he's able to do. An 8-4 attack half is pretty good for Winthrop University. Try a 9-2 attack half coming out from Sentinel's Cubert Academy. A tremendous execution that just goes to show that this team has not missed a wink of sleep and looks great with these 2 new additions.
They are just so good on Icebox. This has always been a home map for Nismo. I mean, again, you called it. The perfect flash for the 20th time in that game that was thrown back yellow to get the free kill on Infiltrator. Both the initiators, both Nismo and Caillou, had really solid performances there. Satellite was coming up clutch as well. They're just so good on the attack half of that map. Winthrop had a good go at it, considering that wasn't even their pick. We're going to go to theirs, Lotus, next. But yeah, really impressed by Cubert so far with these new additions. They're looking clean.
Absolutely, yeah. Clean is definitely the word that I could think of. And it's definitely what a lot of people were scared of going into seeing Cubert here in their second match out. Still a lot of kinks to work out for both sides, but still some really great Valorant being played. We'll see more of that on Lotus after the break. Don't go anywhere.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
First map of the series between Cubert Academy and Winthrop University, and it looked a smidge chilly for the Cubes from the get-go. But we get into the side swap, everything starts clicking. They look great, and they're going to take a 13-10 victory to kick off this series. I mean, Roy, looking at these teams, we had highlighted two of the top teams that we have in Challengers. They both came to play. It was nice seeing all of these changes they made, too, come together.
Absolutely. I mean, I think both teams look phenomenal. I will say, though, there were some slight holes in Winthrop University's plans, right? I think that kind of comes down to just like reps. You have to balance 6 maps, right? There's just so little time, so many things to work on. I do feel like, you know, they had the right ideas. The execution was a little bit off, but that's kind of like the edge that Cubert got. They just looked a little bit more structured. Their set pieces looked very nice. I was a big fan of how they're approaching the map. I was a big fan of, you know, how they're utilizing, you know, the timings and the spacings. Like, it kind of just, it felt like they were getting so much from the kit that they have to work with. And honestly, shout out, they looked great on this first map.
Coordination as well. I mean, some of the timings that they had, that working together, Nismo, I mean, we'd highlighted Nismo at the beginning in the KO and how he's able to set up teammates, and we saw that come on through and through. But Ash, when you're having a team that's changing out 2 members, when you're having the change in IGL, like, it could be a little scary, but like, I felt like this looked so good. Like, this seemed natural for them all.
It definitely did, and I think that you just look at the kind of the game plan that both these teams are bringing to the table. Cubert, especially Nismo being such a big part of that. That KO utility is just so strong when you're facing up against that wall, finding those openings for this squad where there is a little bit more of that additional responsibility on both Nismo and Caillou to set up these opportunities for that squad to find that success on the attacking side, due to the fact that they aren't running, you know, duelists. They don't really have a tip of the spear to actually get in, so you're really relying on those flashes to find those chances, to find the advantage in a lot of those first engagements, right? But you even, I think, look at just how attacker sided both these teams were. Obviously, the post plant was just insane for Cubert. It was really hard for Winthrop to find an answer, to figure out how to kind of deal with the utility and break back through. It felt like they were maybe a little bit even like hesitant to try and disrespect some of the space that Cubert would find on the attacking side as well, especially considering like how many times they were going over to that B site and planting for free thanks to that gecko util coming out from Caillou. And you kind of expected, I think, for a little bit more success out of Winthrop to try and stop that, right? To try and kind of disrespect that ability to get that plant stuck down. And it felt like those floods were just like coming a little bit too late into the post plant at times and lacking a bit on that timing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was referring to, so when I was mentioning it earlier. But I think you're completely right when it comes down to like the pulse plans for Cubert, because like the layers of utility that they had, Ash, was just so much of it. There's the omen smokes coming in after the viper walls, like they're cycling smokes. They have like so many of their flashes ready to go. Also, it doesn't show up on the scoreboard, by the way, but I just want to point out something. Nismo had a, you know, casual 22 assists, by the way.
Casual.
Yeah, just a slight casual 22 assists, by the way. That is 1 assist per round almost. That is absolutely crazy. But yeah, I completely agree. I think this was a very close game in terms of like the openers and such. But when it came down to the pulse plants, when it came down to like sort of like the B retake management, it felt like Cubert was just a little bit better in that regard.
At the top of the day as well, we had pulled up all the stats from all the players, and there was one outlier for Cubert Academy, which was Satellite. We've seen Satellite last year. I mean, not even last year, last split, and he was just absolutely phenomenal. But of course, last week, getting used to the Senti role, Ashu maybe wasn't necessarily what we wanted, but we're looking at re-rating all of those numbers. This is a fantastic Senti performance coming out of him today. This is the Satellite I expected and excited to see.
Exactly. And I think that that's the main thing, is that we know what this player is capable of. And it was just about seeing him being able to show his stuff on this new role and bouncing back from a tough first week. And overall, I think Satellite, we saw a lot of opportunities that he's taking over towards mid. You can even see it in some of the replays here, finding those timings and kind of getting adjusted to that. And being able to relay that information to his team as well. And I think that the changes that he was able to make in his individual performance were really great, especially when it came down to those B post plants. Like, he was such a thorn in the side of Winthrop University. We talked about like the amount of mollies that team had for the post plants, but then they're also constantly looking behind themselves too. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he continues to get even better now here on the Sentinel.
Yeah, and I think he fits right into this team in terms of like opening up the dynamic aggression that they like to do, right? Like the flash peaks, such as that. Like, he's not a passive sentinel by any means. Like, he's down to play off the flashes in mid. He's down to play off the utility, like around the B post plants, in the post plant, on the lurk as well. Like, you say thorn on the side. He's thorning all over, from the front, from the back, from the right, left. Like, he's all over the place. And I think that is really what you want from a sentinel player. And I'm happy to see him kind of come into form in that role.
Is that a word? Thorny?
But no, I just made it up.
We're just adding things to the
world.
Just,
Roy's world that we're living in it,
you
bro.
can turn any word into a verb, okay? Everyone's doing it. I'm doing it too.
All right. I'm not in with the times apparently, but I mean we're talking about a satellite, a Cubert Academy that we're thorning in the sides of Cubert Academy for that very first map. But can they continue that going on forward? Because next up, it is none other than Lotus. When we're looking at who picked what, Winthrop University are notorious for picking Lotus. That has always been, if it's not the first pick, it's because it's been manned out. So taking it there today, I mean, Roy, this was, nobody was shocked, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, Cubert came in with a game plan on Icebox. They had a very clear idea of how they wanted to play. I think they've identified the weaknesses and they capitalized off of it on the first map. But now we're entering Winthrop University's territory on Lotus. We've seen what they've done on that map. Last bit, they had a phenomenal performance on that map. Overall, the record was great. And we criticized them for having always being Lotus first pick, first pick Andes, but they proved us all wrong. They turned things around. They look phenomenal on the map, and it makes sense why they're picking it here. I'm just wondering, where we're at is we don't really know what meta they've leaned to. Are they going back to the double controller? Are they going to orb controllers? Are they going double initiator, double duelist? Like, there's so much flexibility on this roster. So I'm curious to see what they've settled on for this map.
Especially too for Winthrop University, even when we did see them consistently picking it, there would sometimes be little changes going on from performance to performance as well. Specifically too, when you're looking at Alley, we got to see a lot of Clove switch it up a little bit. Like, they've not been shy of changing it up even within their regular season. So now having a bit of time off, now with introducing Glyph and Governor into the roster, I'm very intrigued with what exactly they're going to land on for today. But I think when you're looking at the side of Cubert Academy, you're looking at someone like Nismo. Like, this could definitely be a really strong performance coming out from Cubert as well. So it'll be a fun one. And our agents are ready, so we can start locking in on what our players are wanting to play heading into this map. Cubert up one in the series. This is Winthrop University's opportunity to try and strike back. And Roy, heading into the agents. Okay.
Look, I've been saying the KO meta is real. Okay, I'm happy to see Cubert Academy pulling it off. I think KO is phenomenal. He's playable on almost every single map. I'm just curious to see what they're going to be doing, because, like, yeah, the knife is great for that A control, but it can be countered. It can be brute force. It can, there's things to go along with it. But I do like the fact that they have a lot to work with. The neon stun, the flashes coming out from the Vice, the flashes coming out from the KO, and of course the extra utility from the Fade, from Caillou, to sort of make them a little bit more dynamic in terms of map control. Now, on the other hand, guys, I want to see Winthrop University managing this double controllers, pushing and pulling, suffocating Cubert Academy, kind of forcing them into the utility heavy comp that they're running to sort of make things awkward for them, especially on that C site and on the A side as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that interaction with Nismo that we're talking about, especially up against Ali. Knowing that also Ali is not a passive controller player. He's not passive on any role. He's not passive on any role, realistically. Yep. I think that's something that we have to keep our eyes out for, is how he's going to kind of measure some of these engagements for himself, and the potential of overextension as well, especially when you are running that the Viper for him. And I'm expecting, honestly, I'm expecting him to be like walking up over towards Root, like with his wall, like taking some timings up against Cubert Academy. And I think it's going to be also on Nismo again, being that KO player to try and isolate Ali in a lot of those moments and try and take him out of the equation early on into these rounds.
I'm very curious to see how that's going to be, because Ali, if he's allowed to get away with it, it could be dangerous. But it's time to head into Lotus and see how it's going to shake up. Reminder, Winthrop's map, they have to win this and take it into a map 3 into Corrode. Can they? Let's head over to your casters, Wyatt and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra. Well, the last time we saw Cubert Academy on this map, Tens was still on the team. But the plan has not really changed all that much. Satellite back on this Vice as the Sentinel pick for the squad. Nismo on the KO is obviously the standout, but Nismo on KO is always pretty standout, so I have no doubts about how he'll do here. Winthrop University post-Tejo meta, they were kind of floating in the water a little bit during the playoffs, can't lie. So switching to this Viper pick in particular for Ollie stands out to me, Wyatt. But still seeing moves back on this Vice, Governor now on the Fade. This is a comp that also looks pretty comfortable, and it'll need to be in order for them to take their map pick and take us to 3.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams are playing some of just the really strong meta agents on this map. The KO is the only thing that feels a little bit new. The Vice has been so strong here since being added to the game. It's going to be very important for both of these teams to be able to get a lot of that util out early, get that wall activated before you go for the execute. Try and get those mollies destroyed before you go for the execute.
See that Winthrop doesn't have the shear set up here. Instead, they just have a 3-stack that they'll burst out of over on the mound and grab Caillou. Cubert, it'll be a mad dash over to the A site where the shear actually is. And so the team has now been split in half. Winthrop sending Cubert into panic mode, but can't properly respond to this spike. No one's here in time, so they'll still have to post plant.
That being said, it is this 5-on-4. Cubert want to get aggressive though.
Already stepping out a little bit here, trying to shuffle players, but Winthrop going to be the ones gaining background. Ollie and Glyph trying to burst through stairs, being the biggest portal through, but Winthrop can drop through the rest of the way. Nismo now alone, can get rid of Ollie. Now has to extend onto the spike, but with the double hold, Winthrop are able to hold it down. Keep 2 standing in the pistol that they will take here to open up the map.
Yeah, that was an impressive pistol round from them. I like that they're able to catch a timing over on that C-mound area to go for an aggressive triple push. You had Infiltrator sliding into this dark cover. And then off that, because they just got that 1 kill, they know that the rest of that Cubert team are going to be going towards A. They all group up. They already have a man advantage. Just play for the full retake. That's what they do. Win things out in pretty clean fashion. Infiltrator's got this Outlaw posted up towards the C side, and looks like he'll definitely have an opportunity with it.
Double flash just to goad him out. And that'll be Cubert's full way in. They're just gonna fully try and double down, but Redux tries to go the full distance and moves finally meets him there. Cubert now have to go through the tough task of getting the rest of these players onto the C site with no real guns and through the shear. They've managed to do that and get the spike down.
They don't have any space at the moment, though, so this should be really easy for Winthrop. They have every advantage possible right now.
No world in which Cubert has any shot at this at all. Winthrop practically just take a couple steps forward and deal with the entire crowd. So very stable setup so far by Winthrop. They're willing to meet the initial threat and then let the opposition reset because they ultimately can still control the majority of the map. And from there, just win off of advantage for the post plant. It's uncomfortable for sure, especially when Cubert's going to start getting guns, but it can get you pretty far.
They're going to have every single gun carried over into this round. It was a flawless. Cubert get the spike down, so the economy builds a little bit off the back of that. Outlaw's not going to have any opportunities for one-shots. All of the heavy armors are being purchased, and it looks like we're set up for a clash on A.
One suppressed.
No one's stepping out the gate just yet for Cubert. And in fact, that spike is already over at Mound. Satellite just gonna go ahead and do most of the heavy lifting for this manual clearing. The Ro's gonna confirm that Cubert is not just shooting to shoot. Whole stack is gonna stick around. See if they can execute on top of this shear again.
All just walking forward. They break that molly, timing it, get through with multiple players onto the site.
Redux with that relay bolt to prevent Ollie from being able to dry swing so that you can control the high ground instead of just playing for waterfall. So Cubert can set up a high-low for this post plant now that Winthrop's already here. A lot going to be put on moves to be able to do some chip damage along the way whenever Cubert missteps, but they'll just step out into waterfall, and there's Redux going crazy. So with those guns, Cubert's able to explode themselves and take C-Site very convincingly this time around.
That is just another insane flash from Nismo. I think that was just a little right click that pops around the corner and accounts for a few of those 5 assists that he's already got. A 6 spray down from Redux. We'll just ignore that Vaseline. Didn't matter that it didn't cover up like anything at all. Knights was on the angle. This is fine. So sick. Wow. And even if Redux doesn't get that spray down to get the 3 kills for the highlight reel, there were other players swinging too. Right. Those guys were absolutely cooked.
No, that was super set. Redux, once again, looking for that first blood, can find it. But Knights falls on the way down. Cubert tried playing for this neutral initially, but Winthrop, it's like they'll spread their resources a little thinner, see if they can go for these intercepts that got them so much on Icebox in the rounds that they were able to win on defense. Cubert, though, and they understand, without these smokes, really tough to be able to gain any further distance if you have to reset. So we'll just double down, see who have to kill in the way. The only person there is Glyph at the moment, but he's got this Odin. Good for 1 on the way down.
Pretty fast trade from Caillou. That's well done. Spike going to be planted by Nismo. No ults for anyone to work with unless Governor finds a kill somewhere. Could maybe rip a Nightfall to convert onto this much needed round for Winthrop. Look at the state of their economy. It is terrible. They desperately need to win here. This should be worth 2 for Cubert.
Governor does have a Prowler to hold on to. Cubert don't have a lick of util to play with. They'll just have to hold these corners for each other. Backline prioritized, and so they can swing out into tree, where the majority of the swing is. Nismo continuing to just lead the charge here, be ever present, as Cubert can even a score here and keep these guns. Like you said, Winthrop's economy shattered after that round. Ult economy is starting to float, but you won't see any heavy committal just yet. Just like you saw them kind of spread themselves thin firstly here, it really seems like they're still trying to put some feelers out.
And Nismo just already stacking up more assists, up to 7 now. I don't even care.
7.
I don't even care about tracking his kills in this series. I just want to see how many assists he can get. Winthrop, they're relegated to a bunch of sheriffs after that round loss, excuse me. Cubert have worked their way into A, not getting overly aggressive, but they do have Redux, or rather Knight's position further on that Omen, absorb some utility and going to get out of dodge. Cubert don't have much space on the map right now, but they have obviously that huge gun advantage, and they're going to re-clear A off this pop flash. Or just take it silent, and moves on that flank caught.
Shadows traveling.
So Ollie now having to second guess. See if anybody tries to prey on that. Cubert having a lot of map control from spawn forward. Winthrop gonna try to stack up again to meet it at this halfway point. Cubert can just slowly creep up. Now the smoke on the stairs to fully gain the site. Redux, the peak with the jump to gain the intel, but Glyph and Governor are still here and ready to fight. They'll each grab one. Glyph now grabbing a rifle, can spray through. Knights, the saving grace, also caught by Glyph. And Satellite now stands alone. And Mini Stack was able to hold their own.
I mean, how on earth have they gotten away with this? Satellite has won a couple clutch situations back on Icebox. This is going to be really tough. Vulnerable up, trying to round the corner.
About 100 effective. Glyph quite low, and the spike is exposed, but Ali on the outskirts. Satellite, it's a gamble. He'd lose either way. The house always wins. Winthrop grabbing the lead back here. A very influential round. After Ali forced completely away, it was down to an effective 3v5 with pistols for the majority of it. But these players just holding their own.
Yeah, how on earth were they able to do that? Governor finds a kill. He was the player with the classic as well. I mean, maybe just timing someone and right-clicked them while they were coming in. There was a Sheriff one shot as well. It looked like Winthrop just hit some crazy shots with the pistol. I mean, that's pretty unfortunate. Cubert were in position to get the lead easy to 3. They've broken the economy. At least for them, their economy is still all right. It's going to be a fast nightfall into B, but it's looking like a bit of a, maybe not a fake, but just a split to walk out an A from Cubert. This is a weird situation.
Yeah, they're going to work with what they've got, flashing themselves in, and they're able to win the initial fight. But Governor having the rat spot behind the boxes, while Winthrop is still trying to fight it out through Baby Door. Still Cubert extending out of rubble, and Governor unable to find a kill. All he does, though, and it's the spike down, so Cubert, a tough sandwich they're stuck in the middle of. His moves can now reveal his position as he's extended out and powerhouses his way through 3 bodies to grab Winthrop a 4th round. And all of the ults they could need for the next couple rounds as well. Crazy setup that they've suddenly given themselves.
I don't know how they're pulling these rounds off. That was cool from Cubert. They send the Nightfall with the overdrive Neon towards B, and then I think they're hoping that they can just draw out some of those rotates from A to B, where there's a triple man face to catch someone from Winthrop out. They get that kill over towards stairs. They get the advantage from there, but they're just not able to put together multiplayer swings. So Moves is just isolating fights, winning out duels. Winthrop are really clutching up on their map pick right now.
Cubert, once again, gonna try and play for the field first. Nismo stepping out first, and Infiltrator holding super close. Steel Garden on top of it, and Knights is TP'd back. Infiltrator downed as Cubert take the first half of this neutral space with the help of that ultimate, but Winthrop still have a lot more to throw at the fight as Cubert go for that pinch through both. Caillou has revealed himself from behind the tree, and Knights attempting to finish off with the help of the C's. Redux gonna be the one to do most of the damage on that. Cubert somehow able to recover off of that after Satellite holds the rest of the double peak. That was as chaotic as a round can get, and it still wasn't even all of the ultimates in the pool.
Satellite gets the kills before his gun is taken away. I don't understand how Winthrop were getting away with living and getting kills. Stuck in this dark cover, both players are seized. What is happening in this situation? They both get a kill there. They don't see Satellite on the swing out. Very chaotic. We've got the tech pause, which will also allow everyone to relax for a moment. It was a pretty silly round with a lot of ultimates expended from both sides throughout it.
But at the end of the day, Cubert, it is a recovery round for them after Satellite does find those last 2 kills in the 11th hour before the Steel Garden activated. Yeah, that was just a total squabble. Winthrop have a couple tools coming into the remainder of this half now. But Cubert, it seems like they have different ways of confidently kind of climbing back up to chomp down on the space that Infiltrator has started to take a lot more confidently. He started to step up to root a little bit more. He's been exploding out of mound with the help of some friends. Cubert are starting to be able to respond to that a little more convincingly, and then kind of get the snowball rolling from there for these fights.
Nismo up to 9 assists, by the way. Just continuing to track that to see if he's going to be able to break the assists that he got on the last map, which was like 20 something or 20 even. Hold on, I want to check really quick.
Yeah.
Just
we do have to keep a running
He was
tally.
at 22 on Icebox playing the KO. Already at 9, 7 rounds in. Not too bad.
He's one of the best there is at this agent, for sure. Has been for a while. Just so ubiquitous, so able to contribute to a fight anywhere, anytime. With the help of these rifles, Cubert can hopefully start to heavily push these attack rounds. Sort of speed run these opening fights a little bit more, make sure that Infiltrator does even less damage. And hopefully that Redux does a bit more. Because sans that overdrive to go for the baby door pinch, he's been contributing really heavily as the tip of the spear lately. And that is actually one of the bigger questions that people may have had coming into this map. Tens being the duelist the last time we saw Cubert on this map, and Knights actually taking on the Neon role as well when it came to this map before, with Redux being willing to switch back over to that Omen like we saw him do on Icebox. But seeing Redux back on the Neon and Knights back on this Smoker role that we've seen him on before, previously on Rankers, and then a couple times before here on Cubert, it's refreshing for sure, but certainly a little scary seeing Knights try to adjust to a map that is as brutal as this when it comes to smoking.
Yeah, for sure. I think of everything, I'm just glad to see Redux back on Duelist. It was cool to watch him flex around, but he's just so clearly at his best.
I think that was the other thing I was confused about when people were like complaining about the fact that Satellite. I'm like, are you going to take Redux off of the Duelist? What do you want? Like, Satellite is being put on a role that still allows him to frag, and people are upset that, you know, not enough people wanted to fight him last time that he played. That's just, you know, the aura that Satellite has.
Yeah, and definitely just week one, you know, he's going to have a lot of chances and opportunity to keep improving and displaying the skill on that agent. We did just have a game crash for Knights, so had to reload as we get back into things. Winthrop's economy was broken after losing a mental last round. They also had to use a couple ultimates in it. No longer have that Steel Garden. Cubert takes some early mound control.
Yeah, more than enough time to fully recover from that in more ways than one. Winthrop do have their ways of being able to stab back this round, but Cubert have a pretty clear path to a 4-4 game at the moment. They're just trying to stave off Cubert's initial look at this C site here. After a little noise has been made, a smoke is going to get thrown at it. This Vice Util fully set up to intercept. Nobody moving an inch, though, as Cubert sends a 3-stack over to A. And because the fast lane is going to get tossed in. Infiltrator catches Redux with the mirror right clicks of a classic. That's far more than Cubert were willing to give away, and so they've got to get their foot to the floor for this A execute. Nismo is good for the 2. Ali trying to put a pin in this, but steps through the smoke, and Satellite catches another. It may have been too little too late for Winthrop here on this pistol.
Cubert are loving to go for these aggressive neon kind of fake plays on one side of the map, and then they have the trio on the opposite side, catching off rotators, pushing forward together, taking space. It's a cool way to approach the map, and it is allowing them to catch out some players. Do a nice job dealing with that anti-eco. We're going to be looking at Infiltrator here. He's picked up the Operator on defense. Hasn't really gotten a ton going so far in this game. Sure gets that 1 kill on that round, but it's ultimately irrelevant. Maybe this Operator is where things can begin to pick up for him.
Starting with this hold from the baby door. Winthrop have been more than willing to fight this early and heavy. Satellite with his own Operator has just walked up to catch Ali. And that tears this site, this map, in 2. Moves egged on a little closer to maybe catch a member of Cubert lacking on one of these stacks that they know Cubert has just been willing to send their way, but there's so much to throw at this. The knife, the Prowler, the Neon, and C-Site is theirs. Whether or not Redux lives, and he will. Moves goes down.
Moves caught by a flash from... I have no idea what the lineup for that was.
Guess what Nismo did for that one, man.
I don't know where that came from. I don't know how he got flashed so hard. Redux was in alone. Operator not able to get anything accomplished for Infiltrator. Satellite is just way too quick. Glyph wants to pick it back up, and they are aware that that's the case. Look at the emphasis that they're putting on controlling Waterfall just so they can't have the op into that next round. All of that util expended, and why not?
100%. I appreciate it with the low economy that Winthrop is going to be relegated back to. To be able to give Infiltrator that Operator back is inevitably a guaranteed shutdown of a site, at least in the opening bit of a round. So they just have to deal with Glyph's Odin instead and play that passivity in A. Cubert feel a lot more comfortable doing that. So you'll force Winthrop to once again fully reset. You have the lead back now. You have Satellite creeping around with this operator. You're scaring the pants off of Winthrop at this point if you're Cubert Academy. You have really fully unlocked things. So Winthrop calling this timeout, figuring out a way to once again put a dent in this team.
Now on defense, they're going to be really scared to do anything aggressive. Don't know when they're going to be potentially running into that operator. Going to be dangerous. That's another aspect of Satellite's game that just adds a dynamic layer to Cubert Academy. They have 2 players that are really top-level oppers in the Challengers scene. Either him or Redux could pick it up at any time. And in this instance, you can have Redux just being that highly aggressive element, playing off of the initiator utility with the rifle on Neon, and then you still have a top-level opper that's controlling other areas of the map, able to find picks on other spots. It's just a really great way for them to be able to approach the game with this new roster that they've put together.
We're getting into a territory where Cubert can really start to stretch their legs. Redux and Satellite being able to flex off of each other. Rest of Cubert able to do the same. Another 3-2. A little early to the party this time, though. Kind of waiting out all the dry fires. Who's getting inserted first, though? Is it Redux or is it Satellite? Neither yet. Everybody's just hanging out in spawn, seeing if a member of Winthrop wants to just gun it.
Holly is trying to get some info off these jump peaks. Little risky given that, wow, he's committing the pit to this.
Yeah.
A minute 10 on the round. Wants to control C with the Bucky. Moves also with a Bucky. Infiltrator has the overdrive to use. I mean, this isn't the worst buy, but that's a big investment here.
Yeah, and if Cubert think that there's just Ali here, then they feel really comfortable just just util dumping into this, and it's a free C site. They do have to control Waterfall very early, though, but that's been a constant for Cubert so far this half as well, so they'll be pretty conditioned to be doing that already. So Winthrop in response are actually going to have a lot more resources stowed away towards the back line. Tossing a Prowler out, and Infiltrator is next up. Has that that ultimate ready to go. Overdrive active, and that's to set up moves insertion on the Waterfall. We're making some space back here from the back line. Nismo having to play the full-on cavalry here. 2 down so far, and Glyph going to get caught upon the TP. So Cubert can still save face, keep 2 standing, fully exec that C site, win out the round.
Cubert have displayed so many moments throughout this series of just really effectively syncing up utility pieces to catch out a solo player. Look at everything that goes on to Ollie right now. He's hit at the same time with knife into the relay, bolt into the Prowler. I mean, he's just so cooked. And then you have Redux sliding by. So it's really tough to hit that shot with the Bucky. That's so good from Cubert.
Well, Infiltrator, early responder this time on Rubble, and he'll go for 2. Some really great taps coming from him. Reset Cubert much earlier here. It's the first time that Winthrop has really been able to stop Cubert out the gate since that opening round.
Look at the damage as well. The last 3 players have terrible HP. This one feels as good as done, honestly. Cubert have more than enough money to buy up, so I mean they're gonna go for it. There's no reason. Yeah, there's just no reason not to. But it would be shocking if they're able to pull this off.
Well, they're once again confident in this C site because they know the Vice hasn't been hanging around it lately, just the Vice util. So if they can break through before the Vice gets back to the range of it.
Ollie keeping them at bay right now.
30 seconds left.
Wall activated, and I mean, again, they just have no HP. Like, they're just, they are cooked to the maximum. This one is done. Satellite is just going to be saving this op. Doesn't even need to save the op, but doesn't actually have any other choice.
Oh, yeah. I prefer that option too.
I respect it.
Well, Winthrop, yeah, giving themselves an opportunity to tie things up here off of a very early response coming from Infiltrator. That's exactly the kind of thing you want to see at a moment like this in the game, where Winthrop do need a round like that, where their duelist just kind of dives forward and is able to make enough of an impact to force Cubert to completely stop. It's the power that Neon can hold on a map like this. But on that note, Redux now has his ultimate available, so Cubert can make mincemeat out of whatever site they want at whatever point really that they want. And they've been selling 3-2 stacks this whole time. So Winthrop are gonna probably have to hold pretty far back a majority of this.
Everybody from Cubert over towards A. They're bursting out really fast. They want to fight Infiltrator, who's forward again, but it's just caught by too much util.
And now Redux is going to let that overdrive go. That's kill number 2. Glyph catching it with the Odin, but having to duck back after Cubert will have that intel and the null command. Every reason to drive forward, and Caillou with an Odin of his own can just spray through. Moves, interception from the steps to catch Satellite and force the res on Nismo as well. But still, Ollie is the only one left now from Winthrop. After that push is all said and done, Cubert had enough to just bludgeon this site until it was theirs, and the Nightfall will guarantee that position for Ollie as well.
Yeah, it is used pretty early on. Ollie can't hear anything at the moment. Look at all the utility there still is for Cubert as well. Now has to wait out the haunt. There could be a pop flash coming from Nismo. There's a molly for the spike. It's just too much.
More than enough this time, Cubert. Make sure they're the ones to strike first and strike hard.
Oh my God,
because
Nismo has 17 assists.
Yeah. Did you stop
17.
counting?
That's crazy. 17. It was just the first half.
He's always there, man. He's always going to be there this time, for sure. He's always going to be on the scene now. Imagine how far we can go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're the Winthrop team, you're going to have to be worried all the time that there could just be a pop flash coming around a corner.
And then
you're going to have Redux sliding into, like, you are always going to have to be worried. You can sync up paranoias with the pop flash, haunts with the pop flash. Like, there's just so much that Cubert can do with this.
Yeah, I'm loving this KO pick more by the minute, and I'm so glad it's a Nismo. That's the one that's decided to pick it up. Makes me so happy. The job's not finished.
This has just always been one of his best agents
this is
over the last few years. Yeah.
Winthrop, window shopping, their own 3-2. Neon over on the mound, Spike on the A site. Redux giving himself away with an early response. Spray down with the Ghost. No chip damage found. But no one chauffeured farther than the other side of Rubble so far. Winthrop, a little bit of chip onto Satellite will force him to give away the Vine. 45 seconds to go, though. Winthrop, they've got to find somewhere to stick to soon.
It looks like they want to go back to C just on account of Infiltrator getting both of the wall activated from the jump, and then those vines pop too from Satellite. So this C site should basically just be given up for free at this point, and they'll be in a retake situation.
Prepared for Ollie to still be stuck here, but the timing is off. Redux too fast for Ollie to catch him now, but he's going to be backstabbing the entire Cubert roster in a second here. Nismo's going to be the first victim, and he's caught easily. Cubert now have to watch their 6 the whole time. And again, foot to the floor for this entrance. There is no time to waste. They've got to clear the rest of this board now while they still hold some level of advantage. That advantage is Redux just walking it down with the rest of Cubert. And the manpower is overwhelming. Ollie doesn't have a bite to kill Satellite, who is 1 on top of this spike. And he'll be the only guy standing for Cubert, as they'll be able to defuse the spike with 10 HP left.
That's an insane retake from them. Nismo is down. Ollie is going to be backstabbing, so they want to just accelerate things. They know they need to fight forward before he can actually get there to do more damage. It looked like they were cooked, but somehow they're just able to win all of those duels towards sight. Winthrop didn't really take much forward space, but still, just didn't expect them to get ran over like that. They were in prime position to win both pistols in this game.
Yeah, again, that was very clean by pistol standards. As efficient as you can get. Winthrop once again fishing for a kill. Moves, be in that lurk. Governor watching from the root. Redux will poke out of the boxes and give Cubert that opening frag. Winthrop gonna take the rest of Rebel off of that, get a little bit aggressive as they can get. And Cubert will hand over that opener of the A space.
Yeah, I like that from Redux and Nismo. They find that first kill, they don't overstay their welcome. They don't want to go down needlessly. They have the advantage. Let's just fall back. We can just play this for a retake and win the round in clean fashion, try and carry over all these guns. They've invested. Every single player is bought up right now.
You feel a lot more comfortable going for the pickoffs here. They'll stack really heavy here. Nismo, free two-piece for him. Redux's turn, he'll slide in. And the Prowler to catch out, move, still get his before falling as well. Very clean opening 2 rounds here from Cubert. This A round is going to start getting very slippery very soon once Winthrop can get their economy going, so it's good that they've been able to kind of condition the fact that they can retake this, you know, with this much power this early on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cubert here have a really solid buy for this bonus round. A couple Guardians that are quite useful on Lotus. A lot of areas on the map where you can get some high bullet penetration damage. So let's see what they got here. I mean, this would be another round as well for Cubert where something aggro playing around the util going for a trap play could be really effective too. But at the moment, it's just posting up Redux so far forward.
He's almost craning his neck to try and find the full peek outside of that smoke, but Ollie's just going to tease him with some shots. Knights can actually catch Infiltrator outside of the mound and then double back with the TP, but still keep Winthrop scared.
That was a crazy swing. He went so
nuts.
wide on that. Yeah, he just maxed out confidence, deletes Infiltrator in a duel, and teleports away. This is dangerous, really dangerous for Winthrop. A lot of control towards A. Ollie feels forced out to do something because the knife was going to catch him, and there's multiple players on the angle.
Yeah, Cubert's ready to intercept any level of this. TP still successful from Glyph, but doesn't really have anything to throw into this. Caillou catching Governor already. It's up to Glyph to get this sneak. Converts it into kill number 1, but still 4 more in his way. Not the best guns on those first 2, but that's all he can get this round. And Cubert are going to keep this party going, reach double digits. Very easy path now to match point.
That was crazy from Nice. He just gets the kill, throws Winthrop into complete disarray. They don't know really what to do from there. There's a late round knife thrown out from Nismo towards A to get any information. It completely catches Ollie, who then feels like he needs to do something in that situation, but just peeks out into a couple players staring at him. And then from there, none of the Vice util had been dealt with earlier. That would have been something that you could hope Infiltrator could do, but he's dead. They go into B, they're cut off by the wall. Everything went perfectly for Cubert in that situation to convert the bonus. They are in such a strong position to take this map. It's not their pick, and they're looking even more dominant on it than they did on Icebox.
And I will take this opportunity now to glaze the KO pick a little bit more because of that. Because I think it's been such a great way to enable every other member of Cubert so consistently while continuing to dissuade Winthrop. I mean, the Fragment does such a good job at being able to both flush out anybody who is sticking, you know, in an outskirt or stop a push, cut it in half like a shear can on this defense. And then, of course, these flashes have just been absolutely insane. The knives as well goading these lurks out. Really, anywhere Nismo is, he's always capable of forcing you to play by his rules. And it has paid such dividends for Cubert here. Satellite holding pretty solo here on the C-site. Waterfall presence by Caillou, but it's going to get blocked out by this smoke. Big haunt to at least, once again, spook Winthrop a little bit, but it's the cleanest to C-take has looked by them so far.
Yeah, they keep it simple. They go fast. They have stingers. They want to get close range, and they want to force the issue with them as well.
They'll walk into it. A burst of fire from Glyph in particular doing the kill credits, and they're just going to keep running it down with these stingers. Glyph's got 3 on the board this time around. And Winthrop, once again, the round that they definitely weren't supposed to make it work, they make it work.
Yeah, they make an adjustment in that round towards C that was great. They're way more proactive while getting the spike down and in that post plant. Maybe they were inspired to do so because they had the stingers. We didn't see them do that on other rounds, but if that wasn't something they were consciously thinking about, just as something they need to in general, maybe that, you know, is going to have a light bulb go off in their minds as to how they need to be playing this C site. That was really well done from them to just fight deep towards Waterfall. Redux now early getting the space towards A. Winthrop have no intentions of trying to get out early. It's just Ollie passively controlling to see if anyone pushes any further. Not going to happen.
Still just looking for an opening, for a mistake. Cubert not handing anything over. Knights still going for these peaks, though, still providing that cover fire to slow Winthrop down that extra bit. And he still escapes unscathed. Big C chokehold now for Cubert, and they've also taken a lot of space up rubble. Winthrop, the noose is tightening. With 50 seconds on the clock, they've got to once again commit, and they will with this Nightfall. Caught in the corner, Knight's gonna fully escape. Satellite now gonna be once again that first line of fire, but with the help of the snake bite, they will be fully cowered out. Winthrop once again fully takes C-site, moves with this lurk, maybe catching somebody free. Nismo checking for it, but not winning the duel. Now stepping into it once again. The Waterfall presence is pretty huge and early on top of a Viper's Pit into the plant. Cubert trying to get timed out as Winthrop see their moment, see their opportunity. Redux inside the pit. Glyph able to catch him and moves, searching around outside. The Winthrop, once again, enough to get on and enough to get out. Once again, they throw Sentinels under the bus and mess with that timing. Huge impact here late in the game.
Yeah, again, they do a nice job of fighting a bit more aggressively there with Glyph getting into the pit, going towards back hall. Moobs is in a very standard lurk spot there where you're trying to catch off rotators that are going through the B side. Gets dinked up by Nismo. Going to regret, Redux going to regret that he just didn't straight up double face that. It's so common for a lurker to be in that position. And Moob's not going down there, ends up being really unfortunate late into the round. He just re-wraps through the mound area. It was well done, though, from Winthrop University to get value out of the pit, get value out of the lurk. They've cracked the code on how to operate on this C site. You know, they're not getting caught by any of that Vice utility early either. They're forcing Satellite out. He's not able to actually get any kills before retreating. Finally able to get a couple on the board here. Things were looking so dominant for Cubert. Now their economy is suffering. Just going to have some Sheriffs, a Stinger into this round.
Couple ways to act on a whim if they see an opening to take a round back as well. So Winthrop, they've got to, again, hold on tight to whatever ground they decide to make up. Right now, pretty big cluster over in the B site. Just making sure that Winthrop don't go for an easy stab onto the weaker guns.
Toxins going up.
They'll stay pretty packed together until they get some shred of intel. The only one who's alone is Nismo. Just enable them from wherever, whenever.
Toxin screen. Poison orb emitting.
Ollie's certainly making his presence known over towards A, and that's going to allow the players to get into C for free. Moves in this same position, and Cubert do not want to fall to him this time. In fact, they want to get the kill on him, but Redux is fully isolated.
Ollie's already backed away to be able to be that backup man as well. Winthrop just adds such structure to both sides of this push with such fluidity. Cubert, again, no real resources to be able to climb back into this. It's tough to really grab anything here. See what they can get. Stack climbs through the river. Catches that tip of the spear. Knights, once again, unreal with these shots. Satellite's now taking the reins. Still, though, you got more than enough on Winthrop's side this round. They'll be able to hold on to 2 rifles, taking us to an 8-10 scoreline.
That was a crazy shot from Knights through the wall, but doesn't really end up mattering. The economy for Winthrop is still very strong, and particularly for Moobs, who is maxed out on cash, so he just drops for one of his teammates. Odin going to be picked up for Caillou. Ultimates for Cubert are going to be very significant here. They have Steel Guard and they have that Nightfall.
Send Moobs. This B-Lurk again. Winthrop willing to rotate. Redux not checked initially, and he'll farm 2 before questionably sliding out into Ollie. Still, though, Cubert start with advantage. Moves. Going to put some pressure in response by walking over this sheer and trying to sell the B site. Winthrop, with the help of Ali guarding this baby door, it looks like they'll have enough ground to be able to take it.
Satellite playing pretty safe back here. Don't blame him for that. He's covering the angle well. Steel Garden thrown down on B. They want to force these players over onto this side of the map. What a swing from Nismo.
Gonna do it again with flash number 2. But Governor sprays them both down. The lineup is insane. And that spike still has not been planted. Now it's a Steel Garden from Moobs to ward away anybody close by. And the Nightfall to double down. Moobs holds the line. But Knights is still standing. The Prowler trying to hunt him down, but he stays in the orb cubby to prevent any intel. And he has the entire kit in his hands to be able to work with. Still not found out. The stack laying in wait. Paranoia not caught by both. And so there's one member standing. Moobs keeps the dream alive for Winthrop to take us to 3. Makes the score 9-10.
He was the one blinded up to as well, and he's still able to get that kill. Pretty crazy. I don't really know what happened with Satellite, though. He peeks out early in A heaven. Redux just simply should not be getting 2 there. But then it's kind of some additional greed from Cubert. They just have such a big advantage, but they keep re-swinging into them. They just try to do too much when they've already done enough. Another fully invested into this round with not a lot of money behind them. Winthrop are on the cusp of tying this game up.
Yeah, once again, they're trying to double down. And once again, it could come back to bite them. Redux, here's the response. But the better relay bolt prompts out, the better neon prompts out, the easier kill for Winthrop prompts out the shuffle from Cubert to try to respond. Nothing doing just yet, no breakthroughs, but still some heavy watches. Smokes not coming through here on the drop, but Winthrop don't really mind. Governor's able to just grab some free skeets. And Nismo, he already convinced to save.
Yeah, there's no point in going for damage. Winthrop are going to be able to buy up over and over at this point. Cubert are struggling towards this A site, being able to get back in on some of these situations. Could see on this next round, maybe Winthrop go for an execute using that Omen teleport. That's something that we do see on Lotus somewhat frequently, like going all the way back into C halls. Will you fast it from the front of the site, maybe with the overdrive that they have on Infiltrator? Something like that could be maybe in the cards. Infiltrator is actually going to pick up an AWP into this round.
Yeah, that'll definitely change how we view what Glyph is going to use this TP for. Because I agree, yeah, in a perfect world, we'd see that overdrive come in and just kind of transport a pinch to wherever Winthrop really chooses. With this operator instead, Infiltrator, the onus is really solely on him, at least for the start of this round, and he's just walking out picking with this thing. Nothing just yet, but no punishment either, so Winthrop, they'll just duck back and let Cubert have this rubble space to start.
Now they want to work towards the seaside, perhaps, where the Knights is just jiggling off of the one-way smoke that he has placed.
Toxins going up.
This smoke gets that orb, but is now just one away from the null command. Ollie in a bit of danger when that spam comes through.
They tried to sell him rotating, but a relay bolt's just going to be able to reset that again. So Cubert are doing some really good preventative work so far in rubble, but they're having to use a lot of util for it, and they've also guaranteed that Nismo's here over on A, while Winthrop already have a stack ready on Mound, so they'll just have to deal with this Vice now, in theory. Knights is holding, though, with the paranoia, so they're caught off guard. Could be curtains for this push in an instant. Still, though, so much utility that Winthrop can provide onto this push, and Glyph now TP'd into the back. Nobody knows a thing about it. Knights caught off guard. Satellite, now the attempted crunch, and Winthrop is there in time. It's another open season C site for Winthrop.
That is a really cool hit, with Glyph double teleporting to get into the dark cover back site, and then swings out. Well, the rest of Winthrop, they're waiting out those vines to expire. They're walking forward slowly. They're allowing him to work behind them and then make that initial contact. It has the other player that was on bend forced to look at multiple angles, so they're just cooked. That's a really cool site exec. Winthrop, not long ago, were looking completely out of this game, and they have rallied back entirely.
You very much look like the favorites to be able to finalize this attack half and take us to Corrode. With number 11 under their belts, and Cubert once again in economic turmoil. Now, even more so, and without that overdrive to help. Just Nismo's null command in the ult bank at the moment. He may have just to hand over 12-10 if Winthrop's exec is clean enough. And again, with the TP and the overdrive, they can guarantee a crunch practically anywhere on the map and just unleash all of that util from there instead of from spawn, make it even more overwhelming.
Cubert are definitely going to be considering whether or not they want to fully invest into this round. It would be something of a half buy. It wouldn't be great. They'd have a couple rifles. There would definitely be some stingers. It is unfortunate if they try to force and they don't have that overdrive for Redux. He could have bought a weapon for someone else. Not an option. Do they want to allow Winthrop to get to 12 and play for OT? Or do they want to try to stop them here so they can win this out 13-11? That is the consideration. And it looks like they want to stop Winthrop and win this game out in regular time. They are fully investing into this. And it's honestly, it's not too bad. They've been able to get a pretty decent buy together here, so.
Very salvageable. Redux just walking right up on top of the flash from Nismo. That'll work. Ollie finally fully punished and early. Winthrop, once again, in response, they've got to turn up the gas. And the Sheer, this time, will catch two. Moobs able to grab the kill, but the rest of Cubert here to respond. And so Winthrop, they've once again got to shift course. It's now C-site, and they still can't properly clear this Vice util. It's the Vine that slows them down. An overdrive from Infiltrator to try to save face on such a pivotal round, but Satellite shuts that down too. The war on all fronts that Cubert needed to win, and they do. At the final hour, they once again look to take this in 2 maps.
They made so many great decisions throughout that round, and Governor here should have basically no chance of winning this. The only good thing for him is the fact that he'll be exiting this round with a Nightfall for the future. But I like that Cubert out of the timeout. They recognize that on multiple rounds now in a row, it's just been Ollie towards A. So let's go all the way forward and fight him with some proactive initiator util. They feel like he's going to be alone. They can isolate him, and they're right. And then from there, they pivot over to B, where Winthrop want to accelerate. It's a little unfortunate for Governor, but you can't be mad at the patience. Can't be mad at the patience. But
no, certainly not.
I love what Cubert are able to do there. And it's so standard as well on Lotus that if you're playing one player towards A, and they hear a lot of noise and there's a lot of aggression, you just accelerate on one of the other sides of the map. And that time they do it then right into the Vice util. Everything Cubert had cooked up for that round completely worked out. They've got an operator now in the hands of Satellite 2. So forcing in there, they risked it all and it completely paid off.
Yeah, the perfect flow chart. Cubert able to funnel that into the round that they knew that they had from the beginning, one that was salvageable. Once again, they're going to turn up the gas here. Get beyond Mound. Get aggressive on the other side while Satellite holds it down with the operator in front of A. This toxic screen gets Winthrop very far.
Face your fear!
Satellite going to be forced off due to this Nightfall. Might try to get back into position. Yep, really does want to.
Early. Doesn't catch the initial here. Infiltrator is down to 10, so it was a chip by the looks of it. Satellite now hopping down to catch Governor too. Cubert blaze onto the A site. Make it look easy. Moves alone again. The hard part of being the lurk. Having to come back to the carnage. Match point for Cubert. Only one in regulation, but it's one that Cubert will get to use well. With still that Steel Garden available to flip a site on a dime.
Yeah, I really like that retake from them. Satellite proactive, gets back into the drop, and then from there everyone else scaling back in. Infiltrator was on 10 HP like you call that, so just gets killed by the molly that Nismo throws down. 24 assists by the way for him. And then as well that util flushes Governor out right into the sight line. Because Cubert get more proactive earlier, you see Winthrop not being able to set up with anybody forward. They're just all caught out in the open, flushed out and dealt with.
Another early flash thrown here by Nismo to try to insert Redux a little farther up. Winthrop trying to choke up Rubble as well. Both teams opting to fight for this early, but the attacking one gonna back out far sooner. Spike in Governor's hands. Closer to the C door, but once again, they've inserted Ollie with the help of this screen and moves. Once again at the B door, Winthrop are throwing every bit of nuisance that they have at the wall this round. And finally, they can respond to it. Ollie getting away with that one before falling. Cubert taking over one half of the map, but Knights falling in C site. Nismo choosing to get to this early potentially, but the Prowler is going to stave him away along with the smoke.
Spam through, not going to get anything accomplished. Here comes a flash as well, but no one can really swing off of it.
There's no more flashes for Nismo. Caillou able to find Governor. Redux just gonna walk out.
Last player standing.
Rest of the work pretty easily done by Winthrop there. Pretty standard D-take in the remainder.
Overtime.
Yeah, Cubert definitely can't be happy with losing one in that baby door fight to start things out. From there, again, the tempo is entirely Winthrop's. They're able to just sort of gun it towards C and rinse and repeat. So we're taken to overtime here in map number 2. Cubert back on the attack.
And Knights goes for that aggressive play, jumping up on the box, but gets caught. And the player they lost earlier was Satellite, so the one ult they had is no longer actually on the playing field either. Let's see if Cubert can take this series down 2-0. It has been really close this entire time. Both maps just neck and neck with two of the highest quality teams that we've got right now in the Challengers scene. There's going to be no emphasis on A right now from Winthrop University, so very easy for Cubert to get out of the door. threatened that they could be taking a lot of forward space, but not all the way towards stairs. You can see that's where the wall is placed from Moogs. Has all of that Vice Util on the A site.
Yeah, very stockpiled as Winthrop try to suffocate the remainder of the map. Send 3 stack up the mound. The shear will protect Satellite. Infiltrator just go for this swing, slide, but the peek back into the lobby is far more valuable. Ali comes away with all of it. Glyph now getting chased down by what's left of Cubert, and he'll get found, so it'll still be an effective 2v2, but it's a mad dash towards the C site for Cubert as they'll try to salvage this site, salvage this round. Satellite there for the setup. The Vines on the waterfall as the Haunt gets tossed up into the Rose. Caillou has the site set up, and Satellite is upstairs. Moves, can't hold a candle, and Governor in the 1v2 met with both. Cubert will have another match point to play with.
What a recovery. The 2 new additions to this team step up in an OT round in pretty sick fashion. Winthrop catching what felt like the entirety of the Cubert team with that deep push out of C Mound. Caillou trades things out. Satellite is able to push forward, catch Glyph on the retreat, trying to teleport away. And then in that 2-on-2, the remaining Fade Util they had really got a lot of value as far as winning things out. Now they have a chance to end this game on defense.
And they'll get very aggressive on A lobby again. They once again meet Ali, and they will completely ward him away. Cubert already starting to gain a lot of active space. Trying to creep a little farther down mound as Winthrop sets some more pressure that way, but with the help of the smoke, Winthrop is able to freely creep up to the sand, and Ali starting to cause some pressure on the rubble again to make sure that Cubert don't rotate over too quickly.
It has that paranoia ready. If the execute comes into the C side, Satellite wants to play off of it. It is expended early, so Winthrop will be happy to extract that before going for the real exec.
Toxins going up.
Still looking for the perfect moment. Ali has been watching this door, catches Caillou, looking back through the link, but again, no space gained. It'll once again be an attempt on the C site. That's where the relay bolt is tossed. Infiltrator, the first to go. Knights just holds that site and catches moves on the way down as well. Cubert can set up the firing squad for the remainder of the site. And it'll be 2 packs of a reset for Glyph here, but he finds Satellite. In fact, 2 backed away, 2 cornered. And Winthrop can reset C. 2v2 for them this time. And Glyph has the high ground now. 10 seconds to go. Redux will go down early as Glyph turns onto him, and the fragment cannot fully catch the plant. It's once again a crumb of health the attacking team holds on to, but they will hold on, and we'll go to OT2.
That was Ollie going down to 6 from the molly that Nismo threw onto the spike, and then is able to just get a very quick trade. Otherwise, a small adjustment from Nismo would have definitely netted that kill, and the game would have been done. Glyph crucially gets that dual win over Satellite as well to even things up into the 2-on-2. Satellite was just isolated in the site. No one could get there yet from his team. They were still on that rotate, so that was really of the utmost importance. Cubert take C quickly. They haven't gone for too many fast execs like this. There's no Vice Util here at all, so they get the site completely for free.
Running off of the knowledge that that Vice was going to be set up on the A side instead. Now where, oh where could Ali be? Redux has an idea, and now the stack will come from the mound. Governor the first to act. And so much Util able to actually spread these guys pretty thin, but Redux with that crucial waterfall hold is able to give the rest of Cubert enough time to just keep spraying through that smoke on top of the spike. They once again have such a tanky setup here. Eventually can get rid of Redux though. Starts tapping this spike. It's getting a little dangerous. Smoke dissipates and Winthrop tries to duke it out here. Infiltrator attempts to 1v2 on the slide, but Cubert a little more stable this time in the take of C site, and it'll be a 3rd match point for them.
Yeah, they show you exactly how it's supposed to be done over on C when you're on attack. I love the plant spot that they're able to get, and then having that KO, the ability to pop flash out of these smokes. They do a great job of getting into halls. Redux can fight forward with the flash coming through from Nismo. Then they get that space. They're set up to play around the spike beautifully when they have all of that forward position. Really, really fantastic round from them. A second opportunity to close the game out.
So ultimately, Cubert is still pretty content with how they've been working these early rounds as well. They've been taking a really great amount of space in A and C very consistently. So they've been able to kind of, you know, herd Winthrop towards a specific site. The issue is it's usually the site that Winthrop will end up wanting to go to. And they've been able to hold on to a lot of utility until they actually have to duke it out. They've been very patient with Cubert despite how much pressure has been put on them. So still going to be no small feat for Cubert Academy here to try to hold this down. Redux is going to be posted up with Caillou over on the A site. The Knights holding on to C with these smokes. The Vice Util will have the Vine on B. Looks like the Sheer will be up on B as well. Oh no, let's set up the Sheer on A.
Haunt catches 3, and the teleport from Glyph up top is nice to be able to try to get a kill off it, but he just cannot actually connect the bullets. Knight's forced to retreat. Here's a lot of presence from Winthrop on C at the moment, and it looks like they want to just accelerate in here.
But he's sinking his teeth into it. Paranoia into a double TP out. And because of that blind, he escapes unscathed, but with very minimal util to climb back into this. Winthrop, very free C site.
I want to fight right now towards Waterfall, but they end up retreating, so they don't actually get forward space. Maybe they want to take the fight to Knights. Back halls, it looks like it, but they're caught by Redux.
I want to be able to overwhelm again. Redux just waltzing right in, popping the ultimate on the last body, but it's Knights that's going to catch it. It took forever, but ultimately Cubert will overwhelm and overcome. They will be the better team today and become one of the first ones to go 2-0. They have bested Winthrop today.
And that series has a very, very easy MVP. It is Nismo.
Yeah.
The KO play on both maps was just superb. You don't see a ton of KO on Lotus historically, but man, he just made me a believer in that agent on the map. The pop flashes he was throwing out, he ends with around 30 assists in that game. Mental. He was consistently having moments where Redux was just able to capitalize off of everything he was doing with his utility. They were able to, on attack, get that nice forward space after they taken C. They have good trap plays on defense. That was just a really sick map to watch from them. And still credit to Winthrop. I mean, that was a neck-and-neck game on both maps throughout. But I think Cubert were just able to, you know, squeeze out a few more rounds than them on account of that KO play.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Nismo was definitely the difference when it came to this KO. The experience level that Cubert still gets to hold above Winthrop was enough to get them over the line here. These two new additions on both sides set up a new curve. But at the end of the day, Cubert took Winthrop to school. They come out 2-0. Winthrop's going to end this 1-1. We'll talk about it a little more after the break.
wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
2-0 victory for Cubert Academy, the first team to officially be 2-0 within Challengers Stage 3. It was a roster that's undergone a little bit of changes in the offseason, but Ash, changes that are looking really strong and cohesive. I mean, going into the server today, I know it was an overtime on Lotus, but still the ideas they were bringing out, some of these shots, like this was clean.
Yeah, I think the calling coming out from Caillou was great. The reads that this team had as well. And they were honestly in full control of Lotus, especially on that defensive side. I know that there was that kind of stretch of attacking side rounds that Winthrop did manage to find. But overall, I think that what Cubert did really well was a lot of that A main control as well. Like Winthrop were kind of hesitant to try and take that space. It was a little bit more difficult for them to deal with that Viper wall that was going up. Other way around. Anyways, guys, I'm doing super well today. I'm doing super well today. But I think that what Cubert did was with that Viper's wall that we saw coming out from Ali was a lot of the conditioning that they were doing, just looking to take that space, deny the value from that toxic screen and the lurk potential from Ali, and forcing Winthrop into some defaults that maybe weren't quite as comfortable for them, and having to take a lot of that C-man control earlier on in these rounds.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think honestly, ultimately, the KO was used in such a way that they were forcing fights in places that are typically like not usually challenged, right? Like the close A, like these sort of like pop flashes that they were doing. There's so many contention points that like would normally when you're playing against like the normal Fnatic comp with double controller just fade, you don't really kind of run into those fights. Like you're usually fighting on the sites, you're usually fighting on like the map control, but not often in those kind of like weird little choke points. I think that timing kind of just threw Winthrop University for a loop. And generally speaking, I just really love the approach. It seemed like they have a very good read on the meta, and it seemed like they kind of understood their win conditions, especially them sacrificing the Viper for that extra KO. And I think that sort of change allowed them so much room to kind of express themselves and sort of play within this like anti-meta.
Especially too, that was one of the biggest callouts kind of going into today was this Cubert Academy that, yeah, we're getting to see a lot more KO from. A couple of teams only maybe have KO on a map, but Cubert, especially when you have Nismo really leaning into it. And we'll circle back to that. Looking at the overall player performance from everyone else, I mean, there's a star duelist on the team for a reason here, Roy. When you're talking about Redux, there's a reason that other individuals on the team, even if they're strong on duelists, is slotted into those other roles. Redux dropping the 30 on the neon seems about right.
Absolutely. I mean, Redux has been super consistent, right? But I feel like we haven't seen like a pop off on this level from him in a while. And I think that it's nice to just see the fact that he is capable of it. He is sort of capable to imprint his own value outside of the team structure, because Cubert, I mean, historically speaking, this team has kind of fallen into this like very like set, you know, sort of play style. It kind of takes away some of the individual freedoms at times, but it's really nice to see that he's able to find his impact. He's able to find sort of like his own expression within that system. And I think that him being on the Neon, we saw just how clean he was, how good he was with his pathing, as well as like kind of knowing, you know, what engagements he was taking and which ones he was comfortable with. And it just felt like they were perfectly capitalizing off of all of these strengths that they were, you know, they're trying to like hoping to have on this map.
And looking at Satellite as well, someone who's going under like these rule switches, another strong Senti performance. So I'm definitely really content to see how this is all shaken up. But this is where we go back to Nismo, Ash, because you cannot deny the impact that he has had, not just within this game, but within this series as well. Nismo has always been clean with the KO. This is his time to shine.
It really was. And we're talking about how good Redux was looking on that duelist role. And so much of it came down to the support that he was getting from players like Nismo in particular, like, yes, Caillou as well, or Redux too when he was, or sorry, Knights as well when he was on the Omen with the Paranoia. But it really came down to the value that Nismo was able to find both on Icebox and on Lotus. You guys don't see the numbers here. Okay, his numbers still look cracked.
Say it.
But the
say
one
it.
that we're really talking about, he had 50 assists.
Oh
50 between 2 maps of Valorant.
Yes.
Do you know how much impact you have as a KO player to be pumping out numbers like that? There's a reason why Nismo is known as the KO player in Valorant, and this is exactly it.
For context, by the way, 50 assists is almost his entire team combined, I think. Like, I'm not gonna about to do mental math, but it's very close to his entire team combined, including the controller and the initiator. That is just like crazy numbers that come out from one person. 50 is, I'm speechless. Like that is just a crazy number. Bro's putting up basketball numbers in a Valorant game like that. I just can't wrap my mind around that. That is insane.
And like that was such a big impact for other players like Redux to be able to pop off. Like I still just remember some of these timings we had on Icebox. This is a Cubert Academy. They are looking clean. They are looking coordinated. And I think this is especially exciting to see, especially too when you are implementing different players and you're implementing a different IGL. I mean, there is the opportunity for things to maybe get a little funky, but this Cubert Academy is so worth getting excited about. But it's time to hear from the team themselves. And one of the new players is we have Satellite on the line for a little bit of chatting, a little bit of insight of the team and everything else. So let's head on over to that interview. I got to hear more. Satellite, congratulations on the win. Cubert Academy, how has that been? Especially too, like only the second game with the team.
I mean, it's been good. Like I love playing with these guys. They're all so funny. Like they're all so good, and it's just really enjoyable, honestly. I'm really glad and grateful.
I'm glad to hear. I want to talk about this role swap that we see from you, because normally when we see you, it's this cracked out duelist. And now you're playing on the Senti role. I want to know, was your introduction to the team just, you knew you were going to be playing Sentinel from the get-go? Was there a discussion about the roles at all?
No, I trialed with them on Senti, and I knew I was going to be playing with them on Senti the whole time. And it's not the hardest to learn, but they're just like, you just got to be comfortable and get the reps.
And how are you feeling with the reps right now? Because today you were just frying out in the server.
I mean, there's still like some small times where I'm like a little uncomfortable or like haven't been used to the situation, but it's pretty easy to get used to.
That's good to hear. And I want to know the rest with how it's going with Cubert, because you're saying like everyone's fun, like this team is cooking, because there's 2 new members into it, right? But it feels like seeing you guys out in the servers, like it looks like you guys have been playing together forever. This is a nice level of coordination.
Yeah, I mean, Knight's like in scrims, if we do anything bad, he starts raging at us really hard. So it's really good. And keeps us all accountable.
Keep them honest. Satellite, last but not least, I want to know how you're feeling about this Cubert Academy squad going into the rest of Challengers, especially too, since you were someone who did make a run in that stage too. Like, is Cubert Academy, is it time for their run now?
Yeah, we're going to win.
Easy peasy, short and simple. Satellite, thank you for the insight. Congrats. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Thank you. You heard it. Easy peasy win for Cubert Academy. Time to see if it's going to be another easy peasy one on the horizon. It's going to be Blue Otter going up against the new other collegiate team, Maryville University, after a short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America, a first series and interview that was completely sped ran through because we have another hype series on the day to get to. It's going to be Maryville University going up against Blue Otter. Again, these are two teams that won in their first week, and Roy, I'm excited to see how they're going to face off against each other today.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think both of these teams are kind of exciting in their own way, right? Maryville University has been a nice, pleasant addition to this. Obviously, Blue Otter having kind of, you know, their own little roster changes. Mike Surfer, Queen Bops up. We'll probably get into that in a little bit. But ultimately, these teams are on the come up. They're on us. They're sitting quite nice in the 1-0 bracket at the moment. Things are looking good for them.
Definitely are. And you're talking about this Blue Otter roster. So let's just get right into it. When we're talking about changes, I feel like every time we see a team that we haven't quite seen on the main broadcast, it's the same thing. We've seen a little bit of changes here. But Ash, this was changes that, like, yeah, things are looking good on that first week.
Yeah, they definitely are for Blue Otter, right? You look at the fact that in week 1, they're able to take down Legacy Kingdom in quite a comfortable fashion. That was a team that honestly was pretty impressive at certain points of stage 2, and with Mikester coming into the fray, I think looking at him as this initiator of player, there were questions about, okay, what kind of support we were looking to get out of this roster and how he's able to kind of elevate this squad and find these opportunities to find that synergy with Fair, and things seem to be going really well in that kind of regard. There's a little bit of flexibility on this roster as well with some of the roles here between Mikester and Zeke, and how that can kind of lend to how they're adapting to the current meta right now in Valorant, which I think is like the really important part. Is we are leaning into that double controller, but it's also constantly shifting, especially with like Corrode coming into the fray. And I think it's a great opportunity for this team to keep those compositions fresh.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think that one thing that is kind of interesting with this roster is the fact that it feels like there's a ton of firepower on this roster, like in really weird ways. Like you have Fireball Ops, you have Fair, who are consistently putting like crazy numbers on the board. Obviously, Mikester's addition to this roster as well is kind of added to that. And you have like Zeke and Zolsol, who are kind of like the brains of this team, probably the most vocal players on this roster. And I think this sort of like balance between like having 3 really strong shooters and also having 2 very like intelligent and very vocal players has sort of like opened this team up to be like this very like weirdly like dynamic team that can kind of compete on many levels. And I'm really not surprised to see them take down Legacy Kingdom last week.
Yeah, just when you're just pull up the numbers and you look at it, you talk about the fact that there is people on this team that can go ahead and shoot. And I think the stats just say that light and clear. Like you're looking at a new addition in Mikester, just putting numbers right up at there, Roy, and Fireball Ops as well as Fair also doing great. But a whole team performance, like this was really nice to see for Mikester's debut on the squad.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the one thing with Mikester that I actually really like is how flexible he is as a player also. Like he's playing the initiator roles. He's kind of playing a lot of like the sort of flex positions. He's hopping into the sentinel if needed. Like I feel like having players, I know I say this a lot and I almost feel like I feel like ChatGPT at this point because I keep always saying this, but you don't really realize like the value of flexible players until the meta is shifting in a high pressure time limit, right? Like these teams don't have chances to like experiment anymore. Like they pretty much have to commit to their ideas, right? Like this is the last split. There's not really much more room. Like they need to win out to have a chance to, you know, for Ascension. So like whenever this happens, like players that are flexible, like Mikester, players that are flexible, like Zeke and some of these other players, like this is where their value is worth so much because they're able to make any sort of idea work like almost seamlessly. And then that's kind of like the player that he brings. And on top of that, he's putting up like 160 damage per round. Like you really can't ask for much more than that from a new addition, to be honest.
It's nice too because of course this team being able to play in third-party tournaments, they've been getting the reps in. So it's something that, yeah, maybe there's a new piece within the mix, but they're definitely putting that work within the server and definitely something that was able to be showing up. And time to see if it's going to show up today, because definitely formidable opponents on the other side that definitely have their fair share of playing experience, because it's Maryville University. I mean, Ash, when we're looking at the collegiate scene, we're looking at I mean, the Kings of Collegiate, like we've talked so highly about Winthrop University, but Maryville's been right up there, and they showed up in their debut last week.
They definitely did. I think when we're looking at the result that they had last week, that 2-0 up against the Burger Boys, that was just such like a hot team during stage 2. A Bonnie that we knew was looking to try and clap back after how that playoffs run ended for them. And it felt like for Maryville University, what really stood out to me is honestly some of the clutch factor on this team as well. Like the way that they were able to individually like claw back some of those rounds like wildfire, winning out some rounds for this squad in that Burger Boys matchup that really should not have gone their way, and their ability to convert those opportunities where they are down in numbers, I think is where we really saw Maryville shine on top of, you know, the macro gameplay that we already know that they bring to the table.
No, I completely agree. I think that is probably the most underrated and sort of will probably go down as the most under-discussed unless we bring light to it, is the fact of how much experience there actually is on this roster. Like, despite them being very young, like you have Ange, who's been competing for TAC FPSs like long before Valorant came out. Same with Renz, right? Like Giza, Chloric, Wildfire, they've all been competing for so long, and they're all so young still. And I think that sort of puts them in this unique kind of interesting position where like they're almost like a G2, where like they don't really need anyone specific to pop off. Like they're totally down sharing the responsibility. They all have a lot of firepower. They're all very experienced. They're all very vocal. They can make a lot of ideas come to life, and it adds so much like dynamic kind of like decision making for them, because they have these sort of players that are in all these different roles that really opens up their branches of like decision making and kind of like the IGL flowchart, if you will.
Yeah, and I love that you talk about how vocal these players are, because the other thing that we didn't really mention yet was that last week they weren't even playing with Chloric. Right? They had Zerona stepping in and slotting in, so it really relied on the rest of the team just being able to speak up and bring ideas to the table. There, the experience that you were talking about, and the ability to kind of just take that on the fly with a substitute player and find that kind of a result up against Burger Boys was massive for this team. And now I'm really looking forward to having their captain back into the server with them, how much better they're going to even look, because that's kind of the expectation, right? Like you're fielding your full roster for week number 2, and you're looking to either repeat similar results or look even better as that full squad.
Yeah, I think there's a world where actually Zerona might still be playing today, but I mean, dude, this guy's still a substitute. He's dropping 173 ADR. I think in terms of like mental, it's completely, they're totally chill. Like they are not worried whatsoever. And I think like two of these players have IGL before. So they're really not stressed to not have like their main caller, because all of them have called before. So I think it's totally fine. Like whether they're using Zerona or whether they're using Chloric, I think they're going to be in a very good position to just like not have a shortage of ideas.
Well, especially too after that win last week, Zerona is someone who's played with the team before. It was something that Giza talked about in the interview, and also was just a superstar stepping up. So it was something that, it was comfortable for the team. So Chloric is definitely missed this week, definitely was missed last week, but Zerona is definitely more than capable. And this Maryville University squad has looked really strong with him as well. So I like the opportunity that we get here, Roy, to see that expanded upon just a little bit more, because excited as I am to see Chloric, like I'm not ready to say goodbye to Zerona quite yet.
He just looks so good, and I think it felt natural. Like it didn't feel forced. His fights weren't like totally out of the system. Like it was pretty natural. But I mean, just that aside, I think overall this team does have a lot to work with. I'm particularly big fan of Renz. I think he's a very experienced player. He's more on the cerebral duelist spectrum and less on like the ultra flashy part of the duelist kind of side. And I think that kind of adds to like their G2-ness, if you will, where like, you know, they're very strat heavy. They're very like kind of like in the moment kind of team. They like to play out the mid rounds, so they like to be a little bit more dynamic. They're not really like too rigid with their approach, and I think that's really what makes this team a little scary. And then when you add people like Ange into the mix as well, who's like able to play controller or play sentinel, and he's still like very experienced, very cerebral, and he's putting up the numbers it makes this team a big threat.
And they really showcased that last week. And when you go back to the experience, you go back with the known quantity, which is we've seen them a lot in collegiate, and we've seen what they're capable of. This is a scary team within the challenger scene, and it'll be exciting to see today. But there's someone that you talked about when we were looking back at the replays, and that was Renz. And we want to talk about Renz going up against Fair in today's head-to-head, and exactly how we think this one's going to be playing out, because we need to talk a little bit more about Renz, because that was a great debut, but Fair is definitely not short of one either, Roy.
Completely agree. I think the interesting things here with this is Fair is more on the aim part of the spectrum. Like, he's mechanically very flashy. He's going in. He's not taking like always the best fights, but he's still like kind of capitalizing off of them. Obviously, 200 ADR, not easy to pull off, by the way. But I think Fair is a little bit more on that. He's more of like the soldier in the front. You're kind of sending him in. You're kind of setting him up for kills, and he's just able to consistently capitalize off of it. But Renz is more of like a system player. Like, he's just grinding out the slow defaults. They're kind of playing within their little structure that they have, kind of playing at their own pace. And I think this sort of like battle between like the cerebral structure duelist and this sort of like get in your face, all in kind of duelist is going to be really interesting.
I am so excited, especially too with what we've seen from those duelists and these teams on that very first week. We are set up for a great series ahead of us, and I cannot wait to see that head-to-head and these two teams go up against each other. But we got to start talking about the maps for today's series, because again, when we're looking back to known quantities in last week, it was on the old map pool. We're not going to be deviating too much, though, Ash, going into this week, though. No corrode. We're banning that out. Blue Otter are going to take us to Haven first.
Yeah, I don't think it's really a surprise that we're seeing Haven come up first, but this is a strong map for both of these teams. Maryville also has great results on this map, but it was also the last time we saw them, it was quite a close series too, up against Burger Boys during the last Mr. Funhaver, or the Funhaver GG event. So I think that we're really in for a heater. I think that there's also that opportunity with so much footage too for Blue Water to comfortably maybe look to see what was going on during that overtime matchup where we last saw Maryville up against Burger Boys and take away some of those mistakes. Why did it end up being a close matchup, and look to do a little bit of that anti-stratting here too. But I think that you look at this overall map pool and it's quite strong for both sides. Like, it really could be either way here, Roy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. This is a really good map pool for both of these teams. Like, Haven has been a strong point for both of them. Icebox has been a pretty solid map. Blue Otters has had some pretty recent, like some good recent success on it. And then Lotus is really like the kind of like the X factor. Both teams are very good on it, but it's like, I really don't know how it's going to go. I genuinely don't know how Lotus is going to go, but I feel like for Haven, it makes sense why Blue Otter would pick it. They love the jet composition they're running on that map. They're still on the breach, by the way. Both teams are. So I don't expect Maryville to make any changes, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Blue Otter switches it up a little bit on us on that map as we see the meta shifting off of the breach.
Hey, I'd be down for a little switcheroo, keep it fresh going into today's series. But you said that you weren't quite sure how this series would go. Now that you've seen the maps, but before those maps happen, of course, we did make our official predictions. So time to see exactly where we all landed on that one now. Last time, a lot of us were wrong, and this time we're either all going to be right as a group or wrong as a group. It's Maryville University sweep. Caster curse. But Ash, I mean, when I look at Maryville University, I look at everything they've done, even with a sub. It's a super sub. I had to pick this way.
Yeah, I think that just looking at how Maryville played last week, I found it hard not to pick them. I think that it is going to be a close matchup, especially after seeing this map pool and how strong it is for both of these teams. But again, I already talked about that ability for a lot of the players on that Maryville roster to just be able to like pull up in the right moments and have insane impact when they are down in those numbers. And I think that X factor for this squad is where I really see them making a huge difference here in this particular game.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. Listen, I only voted Maryville University to complete the curse, okay? I'm actually a secret agent for Blue Otter. I've secretly voted for Blue Otter. They're probably going to win this map. I'm just doing the Maryville University for the full-blown curse.
Is this like the hedge your bet? So like you say this now on air, so if Blue Otter wins, then it looks like you're a genius. But if Maryville University win, then that's an official point for you in terms of being right on predictions?
I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do that.
That sounds like a Sierra, actually.
Yes, she only is that a projection, dare I say?
Yeah, hold on. You were a little too quick with that. That was a little too in-depth, Sierra. We already know like the algorithm that you kind of run when you're putting your predictions out there. I'm just saying. Game knows game.
Production said absolutely not with you, Roy.
Whoa.
Wait. I mean, listen, I'm down. I'll hold it. I'll hold the Blue Otter thing. I got that.
Okay. And like we discussed yesterday, once your prediction is in, like you have to fight for them like your life is on the line, right?
It's the most serious part of all of this, actually. This is why we do this.
It really is. That's all that matters on the day is some good Valorant and our official predictions. But I mean, going into this very first map, I think this is going to be very telling for both of these teams. When we're looking at a map where both of these teams can be really strong, we're looking at the second week and things getting a little bit more comfortable, especially when you're looking on the side of Blue Otter with Mikester. I don't know. I think we're about to get a lot of questions answered here. And I'm excited to get the answer to my next question, which is what are we going to see in terms of the agents? Our agent select is ready. And I mean, with having tape, you never know. Like, are we going to see a little bit of a switch to kind of keep up with the times? Or are we going back to something that's a little bit more comfortable going into it? I mean, Roy, I see a lot of breach. I'm seeing a lot of things I know.
Yep, we're not seeing any changes. They're probably just going to stick to the script. Maybe it's working for them. Maybe they feels a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more in line with their system. I think it's solid composition. There's really not entirely anything wrong with it as long as you can kind of adapt to it. But the fact that they're both playing the same meta it just rolls it back. We're just on a different patch. Breach is a little weaker. Neon is very strong on this map as we've seen before. So it's going to be a pretty even matchup here, you guys, on this first map.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest shout there, Roy, is the fact that there isn't really that edge up for either of those teams leaning into the changing meta and whatnot. And it could even be a world where maybe one squad is trying to like hide something as we get deeper into the composition and trying to like lean into what is comfortable for now. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two squads like go head to head, especially keeping an eye on that timing for that fault line for both Zeke and Wildfire. The fact that it has that smidge of a longer wind up, but that has made like really big changes, honestly, to some of the timings when you're looking for those executions, for the duelist to actually be that tip of the spear and to get in. And I'm looking to see those timings really be locked down if they are going to be leaning into what is technically comfortable.
I'm a simple person. I'm looking at this Fair versus Ren head-to-head up
Dude,
yet again. The Jet and the Neon, let's go. I cannot wait to see it. So let's start getting started with this series. Maryville University going up against Blue Otter. It's time for Haven and to head back over to your caster. Kendrick and Wyatt, have fun.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And this is definitely going to be a great, exciting first map for two teams that we really don't know a lot about how much they're bringing to the table today. After, two first matches for them that went pretty swimmingly, we see two very well-structured teams that have pretty decisive understandings of the maps that they've gone to. They've gone to Haven already this month, several times in other off-season tournaments, and they've faced each other previously a couple weeks ago on this map as well. Of course, that was with Chloric and not Zerona on Maryville, but Zerona's fit in just fine so far, Wyatt.
Yeah, last week Zerona was crazy. Split playing the Viper was the standout player for Maryville, who overall as a unit, I was really impressed by them in their Challengers debut. These guys have been grinding for a super long time, but to come out swinging against Burger Boys last week, who were one of the teams that went on an unexpected run in the Stage 2 playoffs, finishing in third, beating them out the gate was really sick for Maryville. So I'm excited to see if they can continue the momentum from last week, carry it over, go 2-0 in the group stage.
They looked extremely stoic and able to hold their own. So starting out here on Haven, this defensive half is going to tell us a lot about how strong Maryville are going to be looking up against Blue Otter, who boast a lot of firepower on their squad. Fair in particular on that duelist. Such a good tip of the spear when it comes to Blue Otter and their exec game. The plan in this breach comp with Zeke, definitely some risky business, has to be very concise. So Blue Otter going to be very decisive with where they end up. Looks like that'll be A site this time around with 55 seconds to go.
You do have a crossfire being set up with Wildfire getting into the site, trying to play with Zerona. Ren's here as well.
Zerona swarmed first, Fair inside the Cloudburst. So far, so good for Blue Otter getting onto the A side, but Wildfire not dealt with before he can grab 2 kills. And Gies has made his way around the back.
Last player standing.
That's a huge double kill from that KJ that leaves Mikester, the new guy, all alone, and Gies is going to clean him up too. Massive slowdown from Maryville that leads to them being able to eat good on this pistol.
Giza got a really good timing on that flank by just pushing through sewer out the opposite side of the map really quickly. Just takes a straight up 1v1 against Fireball after getting the initial kill. Wins that out for the second of the 3 in this round. I mean, I gotta say, respect to Blue Water for how they were able to crack into that site, given there were 3 anchors. But ultimately, it doesn't matter with Giza just stepping up.
There's only so many times Maryville is going to be able to get away with that. So they're going to try to take advantage of this while the getting is good. Giza going to go ahead and farm this lockdown in a couple rounds flat. Already a lot of the crowd dealt with as Blue Water went searching in C to start, but not really making any headway. Again, this round is...
God.
Yeah.
Giza's kind of on one.
Yeah, he's warm for sure. So that actually does provide a decent portal into round 3. If Giza's able to get an orb and again, Maryville can like slow this round down a little bit like they did the pistol, then there's definitely a way for them to get a lockdown for this bonus.
Yeah, for sure. Maryville looking strong here to start. All 5 players bought up on that anti-eco, and they're carrying all 5 weapons into this bonus. So they're in a really good position right now. Blue Water bought a couple sheriffs. There are 3 players susceptible to an outlaw one-shot.
Yeah, it's still so dodgy for Blue Water, even though I'll peek into A main here to start. Keeping Fireball Ops pretty far back on this flank watch as well. Wondering how often they'll insert him as opposed to Giza.
This Jones is being sent out by Zorna for a re-clear. Is it actually going to see Fair in the corner? Yeah, it will. Yeah. Forced to retreat now. Oh my god, but just pressured by Maryville, and Zosel tries to swing out for the trade, but with one of the players at only 125 at a regen armor, they're one-shot.
And with no intel anywhere else, there's no reason for Maryville to not have somebody on their own side there for the trade as well. So tough for Zosel to peek into in the first place. Blue Water already, the going has gotten pretty tough.
And they've
but we'll
gone ahead and
here.
they've contacted all the way into B. They're getting a lot of space right now, but there's only 25 seconds.
And Wildfire is holding off this head of the snake. So with this entrance, pretty quickly read. And Wildfire will crack 2 open. Mics are already called out by this recon bolt. And this has been a clinical 3 rounds for Maryville University to open up Haven. I mean, that was just remarkable stuff.
They just back-to-back flawless and recover the rifles from Blue Water. Look at the money. We're 3 rounds in, and they have basically 5K minimum on all 5 players. They have absolutely cooked Blue Water so far. I mean, it was nothing remarkable or innovative that they do over at A long. The drone just catches the tag. They double swing out into it. Well, Fair is lit up. He's dealt with, and then the trade has Zosel walking into an outlaw with 125. They are dominating right now.
And Blue's just gonna rush in. Fair running it down with this low buy, and nobody able to provide any cover fire in that moment. And we'll just walk in again.
Oh my god,
Blue Water,
flawless.
I mean, we're almost, at this point, we're almost just handing over these ecos a little bit with like 0 util we're throwing at this. It almost feels like a consolation.
I think they've also, at this point, you must have been dealt 50,000 psychological damage.
Right.
They haven't gotten a kill in 3 rounds, not 1 kill. I think Wildfire might have their ult now. They've gotten a lot of kills. Yeah, does have the ult. Giza went crazy early, and bro has not had an opportunity to play Valorant in the last 2 rounds. It's just over at over at C chilling, but yeah, now they have a rolling thunder. Well, known on Blue Water, aside from Meister, is really close to an ult, so that could certainly be the crux of winning another round here and getting to 5.
such a one and done composition here for Blue Water.
God.
Like they're looking for a singular moment that they can let Fair in with a tailwind. And otherwise they're just completely cooked on positioning. They're scared of either Giza or Renz extending at a single moment, and then they can't check a thing in the meantime.
Please,
I mean,
not another flawless.
He's just playing deathmatch right now, man.
Yep, and now they have the lockdown for the next buy round, and it's another flawless. Just, I mean, we might just have to go to Icebox.
Yeah,
we might just have to move on. Look at their money. Look at the money.
3 max rounds.
Yeah, I would say you should call a timeout. I would definitely suggest the timeout call right now.
This is unbelievable. 5 rounds into Valorant, and Blue Water has gotten 3 kills total on the board. This has been
they were just on the pistol.
I mean, okay, let's be blunt. 2 of the rounds, Blue Water were just kind of headless chickens with these pistols, not really offering anything to the fight, unfortunately. But
I mean, yeah, you're right.
The rest of these, they're kind of just NPCs standing around in the middle of nowhere, waiting for a member of Maryville to realize that they're there and shoot them. It's felt just so passive so far from Blue Water. We have not seen a lick of initiative come from them. Just maybe a couple, like, steps out every once in a while, but, like, no more.
Yeah, I mean, on those eco rounds, both of them, like you said, they just tried to full contact and got just absolutely eaten alive by the rifles. There wasn't really an attempt to go for any kind of util play to catch anybody out. It's just been a lot of dry contact peaks. Even in that last round, it opens up with Fair just taking engagement in Garage, loses the duel to Renz, and then it just falls apart from there. On this round, they have 5 Sheriffs saving up for the next. Zerona does see Fair on the cross. Playing all alone on that A side right now.
Confidence. Now that recon bolt's been tossed.
Here.
You can play uber responsive this round if you want to, if you're Maryville. But from the way Zerona's positioned, it seems like they at least want to greed one before hightailing it.
And at the moment, if you just look at the mini-map for the defensive setup, you know, nothing towards B or C with that turret or alarm bot have actually gotten procced by the attackers. So they've now just worked their way over towards A. They have Ange just hard holding towards C. No real reason to make an adjustment here.
This is super stable. Walking into B, though, catching the alarm bot. Fair will pop on A main. And Blue Water are going to try and chop at the bit here with what little they've got. The Rolling Thunder. Zeke does farm away Renz, and Wildfire tries to grab the space back early and gets punished by Fair, who has now picked up that rifle. A lockdown in response, but the spike is down, and these players are on the run. Giza can't fully track Zeke, but Zeke gets greedy and gives himself over. 2v3 as the lockdown detains 1, but A main, his push is still good. Ange takes care of Zostal, but Fair still in the fight as Mikester will recover and has this Hunter's Fury on the spike tap. Ange now fully locked in this duel with Fair. Fair finding Ange. And ladies and gentlemen, we're on the board. Blue Water have got their first round.
Fair somehow just opens that up with the Sheriff over towards A. Finds a one-shot, gets the first kill, and they get into the site. They also get a ton of ults out of Maryville because Wildfire uses the Rolling Thunder to try and support, I can't remember who, I think it was maybe Ren's backside, but whatever player was backside over on A, but they still end up being overwhelmed. Zostal connected a good paranoia onto that anchored player. Well, Blue Water are suddenly back in the game. They've got the full buy. They don't have to deal with a Rolling Thunder or a lockdown anymore.
The nightmare potentially over as Zostal will use this ultimate that he's been able to farm up and get to hell immediately. But Zerona, top of that one-way toss down, is immediately farmed out. Zerona continue with that presence on site. Now their support. Unquestionable hold from here on out. Maryville wastes no time. striking back and making it 6-1.
Yeah, just a very straightforward hit coming through from Blue Water. With the current state of Breach, it's tough to get a lot of value out of the utility. Fair caught trying to get through the smokes, and then yeah, it was this moment where Zerona's just really aware that that push was going to come through. The Rolling Thunder is used at the end, not for the exec itself. I don't understand. I mean, but Blue Water, they lost the round and they're back on an eco.
Oh. Fair. Caught early. Once again, skirmishing around the C lane, seeing if you can get away with something stupid. You can't. See Wildfire playing a much more mobile Breach in response to the meta. You see him kind of just like, he'll launch a fault line and then he'll go for a rotation out to a farther peak instead of like doubling down with an aftershock or a blind. Just understands he's far more versatile when he's able to just get that stun, clear the board, and then get somewhere else. Meanwhile, rest of MU playing the rest of this passivity perfectly, and they're just, anybody who walks into their LOS, it's pretty easily dealt with. TP in from Blue Water, so you have to question yourself, but there's just not enough resources to throw at the wall this time. Zostal eventually found out Maryville up 7-1.
At least it wasn't another flawless.
Right, yeah.
That's one positive, because I thought it was about to be. I thought it was about to be. This is
He's at 12-1-0 and 2-1-9. These are just some really fun stat lines over here.
Not sure how much analysis this game requires.
Yeah, let's break this down.
I'm gonna be real. Fair's have picked up the operator on attack. Blue Water, they do have they've reached the 10-kill mark as a team. That's a positive.
Let's bake him a cake.
Wildfire's just got the stun ready to go if the hit comes in, but that is not going to be the case. Because Blue Water, they just want to chill and play around this op that's positioned over towards A right now.
No breakthroughs. MU keeping their distance. And might poke his head out onto the lane again. They're going to give away the operator on A main. That'll bring over a decent chunk of the crowd. But with no immediate response, Blue Water see potentially an opportunity to kind of chauffeur this spike in with the help of that operator. Oh, it is going to be a little dicey with Renz. Out here on Heaven, Fireball Ops has the opening, but not the shots. Still, though, he stands, and so does the rest of Blue Water. They have their way into A.
Hunter's Fury ready to go off this spike tap, I imagine. Yeah, it's going to be thrown out by Zerona. No one actually going to get caught. Fireball would have been susceptible to the one shot, but it is going to drag the clock down to just 15 seconds before the spike's actually going down.
The shock darts tossed, but already relocated. Blue Water can hold down the fort. They have more than enough to do so. Paranoia is going to get red, but Ange still has the shot. Fair, at least holding down that one sight line, but now gets pressured by the relay bolt first. Now comes the rest of the Maryville team. Zeke holding it down in hell, and Blue Water from there can crunch. And the A-hold is strong enough. 2 rounds on the board for them.
I mean, perhaps if Maryville were able to flood off of the Hunter's Fury, with the time being that low, I think that could have been the recipe for a round win in that case, but they're not able to get back into the site, so Blue Water, despite the time being only at 15 seconds when they plant it, they're able to get it down, and then from there they get into some pretty good post-plant positions as well. You know, Zeke in hell, Zostal was playing up top on the box and teleports to assist. There are trades coming through. That was nicely handled in the post plant. They had a good setup.
There they are.
Fireball Ops getting sussed out. Wildfire able to catch him. And that's inserted Zerona as well for what is no doubt one of the op peaks. Fair ready for it, but Zerona quicker to the punch. And that's one leg of this raid boss down. Ren's the one holding the operator for the side of Maryville now, but Zostal managed to evade the first shot. Ren's the quick scope as Zo's creeped up. And another for Zeke, why not? Meister stands alone so suddenly, but has to hold it down on so much. The Aftershock finally getting utilized, and this time, he'll actually get the kill credit too. Maryville, once again, quickly silence what Blue Water have to offer at the problem.
It's, again, there's just so much contacting. There's so much contacting going on, and Ren's has the operator, the anti-contact weapon. Fair is going back to the op himself, given, I mean, listen, it did help in getting their second round on the board, so, yeah, not mad at that, but...
Just not seeing a lot affect Maryville all that much. They kind of just shake it off. Oh, and Fair just has to win those a little more often, unfortunately, with no help. And only one body traded. Still no reason for Maryville to abandon ship here. I mean, Ren's just might peak with the op again. He looks excited.
Would not recommend with the 30 HP. I respect the confidence, but can definitely play it a little bit more safe and is going to opt to do so. Wildfire is playing this B side, has the alarm bot to work off of.
Good fault line catch. Runner's Fury. Just gonna do some basic clearing, but again, Maryville's right back here.
Smoke's going to go down on that left side of site. It looks
in?
like Blue Water would love to just contact into the site yet again. And they die to an op. Contacting into the site yet again.
Down, C.
This is a little unfortunate. 20 seconds left for Fireball to get the spike that's bottom of C long.
Yeah. Just run away. Oh, Wildfire still wins it. All right, just one more round of this, and then we'll switch sides.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, I would confidently say at this point that Blue Water, to remain in the series, will probably need to win Icebox and not Haven. I'm thinking this one might be done.
Yeah, the playbook just wasn't too open for this half, unfortunately.
They're gonna need a few more pages in it for sure. But this is listen, it's early in the season.
Of course.
It's early in the season.
It's only stage 3.
What? Okay, well that's one way to get an entry. And
well, yeah, we're just gonna walk in with that. Ren's counteracting with the overdrive, and that's all of the progress. Just reverse, rolling thunder, and then Ren's again. Dominant half by Maryville University, and much like in their last match, you really didn't need to see too much unique stuff coming out from Maryville. The other side did a lot of the legwork when it came to determining how the round would go. Maryville kind of just led them in their direction and shut down very easily most of the time here. Like you said, just a lot of the time, pure contact.
That was a good ult from Renz at the end there. But yep, that's tough. That is a tough half. Maybe Blue Water are maybe they're more of a defense side team.
This around might be the only place that they get to show it here. All goes well for Maryville. Bear dipping into the courtyard. It's again Blue Water that initiate the fight, but Maryville that have every intention of finishing it. Still, Fireball grabbing a nice peek, able to trade away, bring it back to a 3v3. But Zeke and Fireball also, I mean, Zeke is 12 HP, bro. He is taking such a big chip, and Maryville, they'll still get A for free.
Is Meister going to try to go for something here with Fireball? Zeke is on that long flank, no help. Like you said, swinging from Renz is good.
Position into hell for Wildfire, Zerona. Checking for this flank, but it's on and off, and Zeke gets away with it. Wildfire getting proactive onto Meister, but caught by the fault line and the recon dart. Now the aftershock to warn him out of the back of the blocks, but he's still 12 HP. And so Wildfire can hold the fort and get Maryville to 11 and the anti-eco.
Yeah, just knows he can go for the easy right click. And this one, yep, it's looking done. Blue Water are definitely going to be forcing into this. No questions asked about that. Slide out from Renz. But Wildfire, yeah, just able to isolate that fight again. A little two-tap with the classic. He is, he's playing pretty well, given he's at 18-3.
I'd say decent day for him so far, yeah. On the breach, yeah, for sure. Got to do something.
My eyes are down.
Ange posted up with this outlaw, just waiting to see if anyone's going to go for a jump peek, something like that, but not going to happen.
They're just totally forgoing this. Let them take all their free shots, and hopefully we'll intercept at the right point.
Deploying drone.
Big stack on the sewer here. The drone goes main.
Cover going out.
So Blue Water could still end up
Shadows traveling.
getting to cuff a few.
Boy, they're
they know that Blue's playing the force.
They're taking their time. they are taking their sweet time, trying to work the map, go back towards A, Sova drone, try and show a little presence. We're totally going A. We're taking space on A. All of Blue Water are there. The C site is very free, and they've got it.
And Stack will have to return. And likely Blue Water not going to have any money going into the follow-up.
Yep, they're going to be trying to retake this with a few stingers. Fireball is 10 HP. Fair is a Bucky. This is going to be somewhat challenging.
Hey, this is challenges, though. Oh, Wildfire. Yeah, let's pat some stats.
Oh my god, yeah. Wildfire's KPR is going crazy right now.
Funnily enough, the assists per round is not going crazy on the breach today for him, but
match point.
No, that's I mean, it's kind of the case with new breach right now. I'm a little stunned to be seeing double breach in July 2025, but you know, respect. We're running some timeless, age-old comps. They're rejecting modernity.
Never lose sight.
Well, let's go ahead and wrap this up in a neat little bow. Maryville, give us a 13-2, won't you?
I'd be a fan of that. I'd be cool with that. I think we can move on to Icebox. I think it's fair to say.
We don't need to have this discussion anymore.
I think we can forget that this map ever happened and move on with our lives. This has been a tough watch. It's a tough watch. Wildfire gets the orb, so he has the Rolling Thunder. That should be enough to get the round win, I feel like.
Yeah, I think we've sold the stack enough. We can kind of just W key gaming it from here. Oh, that owl drone though. We start panicking.
Scanning ahead.
They figured it out.
Yeah,
they're tuned in.
Blue Water, they're rotating over to this A site. Zeke is ready to throw out that counter stun, but they're gonna have to get the hell out of there because of the Rolling Thunder.
The aftershock to stall, and now it's just breach util for breach util, but the difference is Renz is the one that gets to slide in on the Neon, and the rest of Maryville unleash a cavalcade of kills. Giza, extension on the smoke, out from sewer, able to grab the lion's share. Blue Water, attempted retake here, with Fireball Ops on the Judge, Fair on the Guardian from on high. Wildfire, on watch from the blocks. Giza, inside the corner. Fair finds the window of time to crack open one. Ange caught on the smoke release from Hell. And on the close range on Wildfire, Fireball Ops will survive and thrive. Blue Otter wants to keep playing in the mud today. It's 12-3.
This is where the comeback begins. This is where it begins. That is so
Roy is ecstatic right now. He's like, dude, it was all worth it. My prediction is finally the guard will hold strong.
Yep, this is where the curse of us all predicting Maryville is gonna kick in. This is where it starts.
All right, well, yeah, the buy's up for Blue Water. I mean, you have a cycle going potentially if Fireball Apps grabs an orb, so you can kind of, you know, guarantee what you don't have to flush out for a retake, I guess. But Maryville, oh, they're already ready to toss so much more at this. Yeah, I mean, if the second fair overextends, you feel so much better using all that breach util. Easy way to get rid of one. Brent's now just going to start walking up for one and then running up to get the other. Zerona trading that away and getting A for free.
Those are some really good kills from Rens. That peek to deal with Fair behind the box was a really nice little crouch. All right. And yeah, that seems about par for the course for Wildfire on this map.
Yeah.
He's going crazy. Like
no
25 kills or something like that. The KD is insane for him on this game. He gets another one. His KD is ridiculous.
He wasn't even one right there. Oh man,
did he die like 4 times, 5 times?
Something like that. Yeah,
like
no, it was
26 kills or something. That was crazy.
Yeah, I don't. Maryville as a whole did not die very often, did they? That was just a really dominant showing from front to back, from belt to ass. That was insane.
Yeah, no, they really. Yeah, that was a tough game. That was definitely. Unequivocally, you can't deny that's one of the Valorant games that we've casted before. That was one of the games we watched and casted for sure. Well, on the Icebox. Wait, when did I get so low down here? I'm just watching that game has me actually just melting into my chair. Yeah, that was maybe they'll come back on Icebox, right, guys?
Yeah. Hopefully, hopefully this Icebox game can kind of bring us back out of our shell a little bit, make us a little more mentally stable, and give Blue Water a shot at going 2-0 on the day. But Maryville looking really keen to turn this into a hot streak. We'll see how they do after the break.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
A first game in this series that broke our casters, maybe Blue Otter's spirit, as it's a pretty, to put it nicely, it's a pretty rough first map in the series. I mean, we had highlighted Maryville and the strengths going into this, and I mean, Roy, it's a Maryville that's going to live up to all of those strengths and more.
Guys, you know what graphics we should have really requested? We should have requested just Wyatt's facial reaction post match. That would have been so. Bro ended up full slouch by the end of that match.
In the chair.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure I don't even know what just went on. I felt almost like a fever dream. Like they just got absolutely rolled. I mean, there's just not much. There's no other way to really put it. Maryville was just clinical from start to finish. They're on point. It really did feel like some of the Blue Otter strategy on the attack side, at least early on, was just a little bit forced considering the compositional choice that they've opted for, which is supposed to be sort of this like divey map control heavy sort of style, right? With the breach util, kind of with the duelist going in, with the Omen bypassing some of the A stuff. Like we didn't really see any of the traditional stuff that you normally see from a successful breach team on this map, and ultimately they were just punished for it over and over again.
Yeah, and I think that was so much of the conversation heading into this game too, right? When we're talking about like the agent select and what we were expecting was just for a lot of those set plays to really find the value in that particular like breach pick for the picture to come together, considering how the meta is shifting. And it just really was not panning out on the side of Blue Otter. It didn't feel like they were using that utility to their advantage. And instead, for Maryville, they were very comfortable in how they were looking to respond, a little bit more proactive with that breach utility too. And you just look at the first kills, right?
Yeah,
like it's
wild.
matching up, like 13 for MU to be able to take this series. The fact that they start off in that 5-0, and I can't. The fact Blue Water had like 3 kills across the entire team for like 5 rounds, bro.
Yeah.
5 rounds. That is diabolical.
No, I mean it's a totally justifiable reaction, right? Like there's just so many of the things that you expect to see from this composition just not really being ran. And I mean, you just look at the scoreboard. You look at Wildfire, and he's 23-4. I mean, name me the last time you guys have seen a 23-4 breach. I don't think any of us could recall that.
No.
Yeah, it's I think I'm gonna do Blue Water a kindness here, and we're gonna move on and talk about Wildfire and the impact that he had on this series. Because when you're talking about the breach and stuff, obviously there's questions with the breach into a series, right? We're looking at, maybe Reach falling out of viability, but Wildfire making Breach look good. And this was such a step up, especially too looking back at last week. I mean, Giza was talking about GOAT players on the team, such as Wildfire, the specific name call out. There was a big step up then, and Ash, we're going to see it here again.
Yeah, and this is the player that I was talking about earlier today too on the pre-show. The fact that he has this ability to step up and be that star power in a lot of those clutch moments where unnecessary here on Haven, obviously, but just absolute insane numbers to be pumping out there. I think it was like 3 first kills as well. And the fact that he had so much survivability, the fact that he only died 4 times this entire series and was just so good at throwing out utility for himself to find favorable fights, and that proactivity from Wildfire was really what made the difference in a lot of those fights there, Roy.
Yeah, I mean that you know what the solution to a nerf the breach is a battle breach. You just put him to the test. Like, look at him, he's just holding it down. He's just holding his angles, bro. Bro's literally just DMing every single round. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but he kind of looks a little bit like Breach if he just like grew out his beard a little bit. Like he low-key, he could pull it off. Breach cosplay Wildfire? Question mark? I'd pay to support that. Just saying. Yep.
I vote yes.
Yes, let's go.
Oh my god, it's not just the casters losing it, but the analysts as well. What is happening to our Challengers broadcast over here? What is going on here? I was too busy looking at the stats, not his face. And if we feature him again, if he pops off again in this next map, I'll take a look, and I'll get back to you about whether, this Breach cosplay could work, because we still have another map to talk about in this series, and this is the opportunity now for Blue Otter to bounce back, try and enact a little revenge, but it's going to be a rough one because next up in the series, we just go to an Icebox that, well, Roy, Maryville picked this up. So you know they have to be feeling confident here.
Yeah, that's a concerning thing. Like you just won the opponent map pick at like 13-3. You're feeling very comfortable going into your own map pick right now. But that being said, I mean, just to like kind of play a little devil's advocate, Blue Otter, yeah, they have not had the craziest success on this map recently, but it's still a very good map for them, and they only lost 13-11 to Burger Boys. So that was like a 24-round game against Burger Boys, who, I mean, Icebox is one of their most comfortable map for Burger Boys, right? So like that was a solid loss. So I've not completely lost hope in Blue Otter, but we're gonna need a massive step up on all fronts for Blue Otter if they really want a chance right here. We're gonna need to see a step up from the strategy. We're gonna need to see a step up from the firepower. Like everything needs to click. They need to lock in here for the second map.
Yeah, like kicking things off on like the attacking side first as well, where for Maryville getting just started on defense, Icebox is kind of a rough map to try and defend on like overall, but Maryville has such a good and consistent, I think, defensive performance coming out from them. So there is going to be that additional pressure on top of being a map down on Blue Otter to be able to start things off on the right foot and just like bounce back from a really difficult haven.
I think the biggest thing for me is when you're looking at this Blue Otter squad, I mean, we got to highlight the stats. We've gotten to see their past performances. We've seen Blue Otter and these players before. They are players that are capable of stepping up. But I think that the biggest thing into this next map as well for me that I'm looking at is going to be the mental, especially after that first map, how they're able to bounce back. I think that we've heard before that Blue Otter is a team that can definitely go off of vibes. So it's going to be how they can kind of switch that around a little bit, Roy. Because if they just go, okay, you know what, like, there is nothing to lose here. They get those vibes high. They're capable of shooting. We've seen it. So like, let's hopefully like get some of that energy going.
Yeah, I mean, on the positive side, it literally could not get any worse from the first map. So it's only looking chill from here. So they should be chilling. They're professionals, right? They've been probably in these situations before. You just have to brush it off and just do your best in the second map, reset, forget the first map happened, and just play round by round, map by map.
Pretend it didn't happen, delete the VOD. But
yes.
talking about this Icebox, I mean, it is a map that we've seen before from teams. So I'm kind of curious, Ash, what we're kind of expecting going into this. And we can do have that conversation with the agent select as well. So maybe not expectations. Instead, let's have a live reaction to what our teams are deciding to go on for Icebox, second map in the series with, of course, Blue Otter looking at that chance at redemption. And for Blue Otter, just some good stuff, Ash.
Yeah, I think for Blue Water, we've seen them previously leaning into that double controller. Here on Icebox, it's the way the meta has been shifting on this map for Maryville. No changes for them. I think what they have to keep an eye out, though, is I think what Maryville did really well in that matchup up against Burger Boys, too, is just how Giza was using that stage to take that space over towards B main and the respect that was given to that wall as well, and just switching up that positioning. So I think that's something where Blue Water are going to have to be proactive in trying to find that piece of utility. If it does go down early, take it out so they can have that additional pressure. Otherwise, Maryville will be very comfortable in those rotations. They're not afraid to be dynamic with that position.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shot. I like that. You cannot get slowed down by the stage utility, right? They're starting on the defensive side. That Maryville, they're going to have the stage. They're going to have a lot of that slowing, that sort of stopping power in the beginning of the round. But they could also save the wall for the retake. So the Blue Otter need to be vigilant in the beginning of the round. They need to be vigilant at the end of the round, depending on how they're going. But ultimately, I completely agree with Ash. Blue Otter cannot get stalled out early. They need to use the space to kind of decept with the double controllers and kind of go from there.
Let's see with what energy they're going to come out of the gate with, because we know that they're capable of shooting. Can they pick it up and make this competitive for Icebox? It's time to head into the server to find out, and back over to your casters, Tenric and Wyatt.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And there's no doubt that Maryville is not going to let up coming into their pick of Icebox for this match. And the desk hit it right on the head. It's because Maryville is going to be able to slow Blue Otter down the moment they open themselves up to being slowed down. Giza with that Sage util is going to be able to put such a fork in the road for Blue Otter if they slip up at all. Wyatt, these guys have got to act fast on this attack half. It has to be a performative one. It has to be an explosive one.
For sure. This defensive side from Maryville was so dominant against Burger Boys. The play from Giza on the Sage was really influential. The timings that he was having with all the utility were typically perfect, they did such a great job at denying players the moment that the execute was about to come in with that stall utility. So Blue Water are going to have to be able to work around that effectively. You know, though, that being said, Icebox attack can get so snowbally, and sometimes it's just so straightforward, slamming these sites. You win duels, you overwhelm the defenders, that I think starting on attack is probably their best opportunity to get momentum and get back in this series.
All starts here. Gonna try and flush out Zerona. Gain some extra space off of that. Zoe still getting really aggressive, and it's because Fair is backing him up, but Zerona is still able to with that Omen in the pre-plant. The spike goes down. Fair now looking out. Renz catching him before he gets more than one. And Maryville always biting off the same amount that Blue Water can. And now they'll try to bite back onto the spike. Wildfire, these shock darts, just trying to play keep away with fireball ops. Sage Wall just to keep anybody else on the lane from watching that spike. And it's such an easy way to condense the fights and make it easy for Maryville to take this site back. That is one of the many ways that Maryville is going to be able to just completely shut down Blue Water's chances of a round. And it happening here on the pistol to open things up, catastrophic.
I like that Blue Water were taking the fight to them. Fair was playing really far forward with that Sheriff, took duels, got kills. That was all great. And that's the kind of aggression I want to see them playing with, not the slow pace contact stuff they were playing with basically every single round on map 1. I like that, but I mean, yeah, as you called out, it's just the retake, having that Sage Wall available. Maryville cover all the angles. They fight back yellow together. That was really nicely handled. On this round, I am looking at Fair, though, who has picked up the Outlaw here.
Really ballsy move out the gate here for Blue Water. Clearly, they smell blood in the water, and they understand they need to claw at every chance they can and not let up the same way the Maryville isn't, as they'll continue to just dig pieces of util into this presence, make sure that Blue Water is still not to be trifled with over here on A before contributing more to that B hold, which Blue Water has started to send a couple players on over towards.
Yeah, they have a lot of presence in B main right now. They've taken all this space for free.
Poison's off.
Trying to open Fair up with this Outlaw. Zeke maybe just giving him a clear vantage with this toxic screen. Spike, obviously not here though, so left. It's all about just maybe finding a peek thanks to that toxic screen, giving him an open clearing. But with all of this attention that Blue Water is now giving, all of the guns that are now being fired, it doesn't seem like there will be an opportunity for Fair to get a shot out. Oh, he does, but it's just countered by Zerona. And Blue Water, they can't even scratch on the wall. Well, they gave it a fair shot. But it takes an Outlaw out of the equation for Blue Water's economy here on the bonus. So it does make things a little bit dire there.
Yeah, they were able to drag, I think, 2 players kind of towards that B site by having Zeke go forward. He broke the alarm bot, right? But over on A, that was a perfect wall thrown down from Giza to deny anyone wrapping left side of 410 from the attacker's perspective. And then they're able to just fight the cross by Gen for anyone trying to get into sight with the better weapons. Players rotate quickly back. Those are the kind of moments where Giza's util is thriving. Okay, Zerona did not mean to get that kill, but he'll take it.
Again, Blue Water just have to be fast. Just take it and run with it. Oh, Giza has been found out, but can't get killed on the timing. Fair is just going to use this to press forward a little bit. Oh, Wildfire finds Spikester with that with that shock dart. Major.
I mean, I'm sorry. What was that? Where did that? What was that lineup?
We gotta see that.
Last player standing.
Giza has now made his way to the back, and he's dealt with the rest of the team, fighting from Snowman. That's another bonus for Maryville. Okay, we have to look at that shock dart, but
yeah, that was great. I mean, what was that lineup? That was crazy. That was so cross map. That was from like spawn to default plant spot, but like a little bit behind it, I think. I don't know. That was a crazy shock from Wildfire, who's still just going off, but Giza gets the perfect flank timing and wins out the 1v2 clutch. But also Zerona just walks up and no one is really on this angle. So he gets 2 for free and a ton of damage. Oh my god, he had a ton of damage on the Mikester. Eats the shock just after getting the spike down. That's crazy.
So many moving parts to give Maryville that round. Oh, and Zerona again! This time it's the eco, but still, it stings. And Maryville look to get another streak going early on here in the game. It is another attack for Blue Water that just can't make any headway.
One enemy remaining.
And they are crumbling one by one. Those were all just isolated players and engagements. No one able to find trades at any moment there. And Zeke is sadly left alone. And look at the look at Maryville right now. Like they're getting this round done real quick. Another flawless in the series. And their economy is going to build significantly. Really seems like Maryville will be they'll be winning this series. That would be my prediction right now.
It's definitely...
And the caster curse might be dead. I mean, this is the least cursed game of all time. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Maybe this is where Blue Water make the comeback happen. But so far, Maryville just seem cut above.
Yeah, this has felt like a pretty rigid team diff most of the way through. Blue Water gonna come with some ideas, but again, Maryville can toss petty util to shut down what at the end of the day is just practically geocaching for Blue Water. Just looking around for something that they know Maryville is just not gonna hand over to them.
They're trying to play around the fair op again, which they were making many attempts at doing on Haven. Now, once Zerona's heard some noise on A, just wants to send out that Viper's Pit to control the site. Renz is just ready to play off the contact of Giza.
Walked out, giving it away. Renz,
down,
a little bit of a panic mode, still jittery, able to find Zostal on the way down, but Yellow's been handed over to Blue Water.
30 seconds left.
Now heading up the back. Operator from Fair, not able to catch the rotation through mid. It gets abandoned. Giza steps into the spike plant, traded out. Now it's Wildfire's turn, and just sprays onto Zeke. And Blue Water just can't get this spike down. There's 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds left.
Maryville just holding the line. Now it's Fireball's turn to throw his body into things, and Fair has to hold it down. That's a two-catch operator, but Ange can finish the job, and Maryville still win out, still look way better in the long run.
Yeah, I like the decision there to just send the players in denying the spike when there was so little time left. They were just sacrificing themselves to deny it a couple times in a row. It was a good decision. That results in another round win. This was a bit earlier on, of course. Zerona was able to push up. No one's covering this angle. And almost gets a 3K.
That massive ricochet coming out from Wildfire. That was such a good shock dart. And then yeah, Zerona just not even flinching and continuing that presence again. It just goes to show how absolutely fearless Maryville are. They are so committed to their strategy. They're going to carry out their game plan, and they're just gonna bulldoze anything that Blue Water throw at it. And so far, none of it's been enough.
Yeah, they are playing with a lot of confidence on this map for sure. I mean, they know that they are just on point today. They're on another level right now. And you can see that in like when Blue Water have one player left and all the Maryville players are just running into their spawn to hunt down the kill, like they're having fun with it too. Blue Water into this round, they just have the one solo Guardian. Renz is offing on a really deep line and spawn.
Found them.
Zeke now patrolling for Zerona, who has planted himself even deeper. Blue Water just strolling up A main this time around. No dead giveaways just yet. Some pot shots into the recons thrown both ways. Will prompt some preventative stuff out from Maryville. Blue Water continuing to creep on. They've grabbed the high ground. A couple players followed along the way.
Oh
What?
my God.
Fire! Good God. It feels, yeah, it feels like the opposite of a caster curse, doesn't it? Just, it feels like they're destined to win.
That was a disgusting transfer. Oh my God. He's like 30 HP as well. Peeks out, snaps onto the first. That is criminal. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's nasty. Oh my God. Blue Water, that you saw, they were doing the homework that round. They were making a good amount of space with minimal util with those guns, but couldn't do a thing. Renz, one of the most egotistical things we've seen from Maryville so far, and it does get punished. Operator now tossed away temporarily.
Yeah, Blue Water seemed pretty prepared for just that middle peak to happen. They had a couple players on the line. They were high-low with one guy on the barrel. Wall used. So the res is going to come through as the Blue Water work their way towards this site. Going to get in for free. They know they're not going to have to deal with the Sage. Not going to be any slow orbs there since Geezer's cross map. Hunter's Fury coming through now.
Once again, the op read pretty early on, and it will not connect, so Ren's having to reposition yet again here, and he's gonna get babysat on by Giza, who might just do all the work himself. He's too deep, make it 3 in the pit. It might be too late for that, buddy. How if your team's already dead, and you've got a flank behind you too? Ange creeping on up. Meister having to patrol the entirety of this pit. Now 3 kills for him, but there's just so much work in his way, and there's still a wildfire on the field. A big fat goose egg still on the scoreboard for Blue Water here on Icebox. Maryville make it 7-0.
The precision there from Giza. The crosshair placement was perfect. The movement was perfect. That was just lovely to watch. So impressive. I mean, him on defense as well against the Burger Boys. He was a demon in that game on Sage. I think he put up 16 and 6 just on the defensive half. He thrives on this map. Blue Water's pit expended, doesn't get any value. They still have a few other ults to play with though.
They still have ways of manipulating these rounds and at least pushing back Maryville here, because again, they're just unwavering. They will not budge. Wildfire shoots down the owl drone, just spams onto Fair. He's at 6 HP.
A lockdown going to force Maryville back for now. Sage wall is thrown up at 410. Teleport comes in and is broken. Oh, Red's accidentally caught, but probably won't matter all too much.
And Fair trying to hide away on the high ground, still gets caught, but no one else from Maryville can enter before the spike goes down and the toxic screen. Now to help Maryville get back on, Ren's the Blade Storm, having the time of his life up there until Fireball strikes him down, and still untouched, letting the rest of Blue Water get forward and restabilize. Zerona, now the only player left from Maryville, and Blue Water closer than ever to getting on the board here. Can Zerona do it? Watched by Meister, gone. Zeke next, gone. Instant 1v1. Zerona has very little time though, and it's on the high ground. So many places to check, and Fireball is able to peek it from the pocket. 1 round is on the board from Blue Otter. 1 player standing for Blue Otter. Any chance this match for Blue Otter?
That is a dangerous situation. That might be a tactical round loss for Maryville, where now if they win this one, they break the economy again to put them on an eco. But well done from Fireball. Got those 2 early kills as well. The ultimates give value there. The lockdown forcing everybody away so they can get into sight. As even down to the 4v5, he really steps up there to get their team their first round.
Renz, once again, not backing down. And this time his op is true. Bear gone. And the stack from MU ready to meet the rest of the fight. Blue Otter, again, they understand how fast they have to be in order to make this attack work. And they're still just slowed down to a halt. Giza has the other end of this attack that's starting to extend, though, and he can't finalize. Neither can Wildfire from the screens. Blue Otter's managed to take back this space, but Renz dry peeking with this operator. Still good for 1 on the way back. On top of the lockdown, Ange playing a bit too close to home. Able to get silenced pretty quickly. Oh, Renz, that looks like a feast to him, doesn't it? Tries to go again. Find the head on this op. Continues to make dents as Zerona goes for another flank from spawn. And this time, he is not being watched. Meister, not finished. Friends has to do it himself. And he'll have to get the 5th kill, too. After Zerona gets the choke, but sure, he's out. An ace for Renz. You didn't think it could get more stylish. You didn't think it could get more disgusting. And then Maryville makes it 8-1.
Blue Otter were in such a good position there as well to win it out. They got into the 3v2. They were able to break that lockdown. Renz was never really in a good position backside, but they just keep offering up fights to him. They're just in the open facing him. Like on this reswing as well, they're just out in the open still. Sick play from Renz. All those shots were really snappy, really accurate. At least with the plant down, Blue Otter have enough money to get into this round with a force. I mean, they're down by so much. They're just, like, screw it, we're going in with 3 stingers. Let's just see if we can run it down and win.
Oh, they have abandoned all thought. All aim, no brain, and fair is the epitome. He's already grabbed himself a rifle, but he decides to pull out the knives right in the middle of the fight. Worst possible timing for the guy. The rest of Maryville is now here to finish. Still, Blue Otter's on. They at least have some high ground to play with, and they can start toying with this plant. Tap to their heart's content. Force members of Maryville to give themselves away. Zerona once again on the flank, too, if Blue Otter decide to get out of here, which they do have the time to do, but Zosto will commit to the plant.
Spike planted.
Renz has just been holding this angle towards Jen, wants to peek out as a player to help as well. Ange on the low ground.
Now they can hyperextend. Renz again! How is he always the one to act? Zosto, though, quick to recover. 20 HP, though. And Zerona has his position pretty much to the letter. Make it 9-1 now for Maryville as the efficiency continues to not slow. This team continues to look utterly dominant.
This op getting online has been taking Maryville over the top as far as how good they are on defense. Renz with 14 on the board now, another couple kills in that instance. It's Rhoda, every single retake is just on the flank. Again, comes in super late and wins the 1v1 with Zostal at 20 HP.
Well, you do have some ultimates to give into this round here. If you're Blue Otter, the ulti for Intel and maybe a Hunter's Fury, Blue Otter can maybe get creative and find an opener without having to peek into Zerona for the umpteenth time. Oh, nope. He gets 2.
How?
Okay.
How?
Right,
every time. It's insane.
Oh, yes. The perfect timing. Fire? All right. That's one gone. Now Giza in the fight. Slow orb toss, but Paranoia will let him get out for free with the TP. So Blue Otter technically have a pinch, but they don't really have the players to back it up. Let's get Ren's an off kill real quick. Oh no, okay, Zeke is upstairs. All right, another 3v1. Yeah, easy reset. Wow.
All good. This just feels like the perfect storm of Blue Otter having a serious off day and Maryville just being insane individually as well. Zerona, Giza, and Renz are just simply never missing. They're winning every duel. It's just, I mean, just everything going right for them, everything going wrong for Blue Otter. This one is cooked. Maryville are so good on defense here.
Yeah, really no notes for Maryville's defense on either of these maps as a whole. Zerona. Oh, he's mixed it up. He's gone to the high ground this time. He hasn't had to do that this entire game. And he's going to step out of this owl drone. Oh, Hunter's Fury is actually going to be the thing that makes him scramble and set him into the panic mode. That's what lets Zerona get a free shooting range. Another 2 for this Viper. And Blue Otter can't even get out of the lane on this B site. Ren's on the blades, trying to dissuade. Zeke does get a fair distance forward, and Renz has trouble shutting it down. So once again, Blue Otter are on the site. What can they do with it? Not much. And has already made it back to the lane. Spike is under their control. There's a pit, but it doesn't get Zeke much farther than just having to skate out and grab kills. Like
he's walled off now as well on the left side, so he has to go back yellow.
Oh, no.
And there's 2 players there. Just, I mean, this is tough.
Oh.
That's real tough. All these situations as well have Maryville just constantly flanking every single time. Whatever site Blue Otter hit, they are getting flanked. And every time they go B main, Zerona has gotten a 2K. That time in the poison cloud calls for the Hunter's Fury as an additional distraction for when it drops and he starts to take the fights. Just syncs that up so well with Wildfire. Just to again get a multi-kill. And somehow this is even more dominant than Haven. I mean, Maryville today are simply unstoppable.
Keep it up.
Yeah, on a warpath to only handing over 4 rounds on the day to get them to that 2-0 finish that teams like Envy are fighting tooth and nail for as we speak. Great position to put themselves in.
Oh my god. That is just an insane shot. All right, fair play to Zosol, though.
Down A.
They're working it. They managed to take back spawn. They're going to swarm this. Zoe and Fair are both quite low, though. An attempted double swing by Wildfire and Renz. Really nicely sequenced. They're still kicking, though. And now Ren's in the 1v3. Hey, can you replicate that 2 more times? No. Absolutely not. Fair takes the space. Blue Otter, they will act quickly this time. Win out the pistol.
Fair play. Those were some really nice share of shots.
Yeah.
Really well done. It was just such a fast flank, too, from Blue Otter. And Zosol gets the 2K with the Ghost. It really just comes down to some good shots being hit. And I like the proactivity, too. I mean, presence shown on A. They just push all the way through B main together.
100%. No, that was definitely the way to go. After how badly they wanted to mount any more level of aggression this entire previous half. Well, Maryville, they understand that they can have that speed regardless of the guns. They'll just wall their way under tube and try to brute force it, but they can still play the range game, Blue Otter, and they'll completely gap on the road to a flawless here. Nice setup to be able to have a chance here in the bonus. Yeah. Okay, so it can't be worse than last game. It could just be the same.
Very true. Very true. They've got themselves in good position, though. A couple targets for that Outlaw to potentially one-shot here.
You can definitely kind of play with your food here if you're Blue Otter. It just comes down to the util trades when you're playing for wherever Maryville decide to open, which looks to be the A site. They'll also have Zerona on this lurk from B. Zeke the only one watching it. Heavy choke up on this site. Zoe trading on the jump up. Ren's low, but Fair now the one peeking up, trying to hold them back before they burst forward, and it's nothing doing.
Keys is able to get Ren's healed back up to 100 HP as well after taking a hit from the Outlaw. One of the players with the full armor. Zerona caught the timing to get up too, but Fireball with the Guardian gets a lot of damage off.
Pressing slowdown in mid. Rest of the site still needs to be taken, and Zoe can get away with an Outlaw shot before falling, but MU have enough resources to swing their way onto the site. 3 standing on it, 1 outside. Zerona still waiting in the wings if he's needed. Creep on back to A main now that both of the remaining defenders have been confirmed.
And of course they are definitely going to go for this, but ultimately just no chance. On that A side hold, Blue Water were just trying to hard hold some angles. Meister had pushed up close left. I think was playing an off angle while the Outlaw watched Belt, but they're just overwhelmed by the numbers of Maryville hitting back in there. And now 1 away from closing out this series in some of the most dominant fashion of any Challengers game I have cast in the last 2 years. This is as one-sided as it gets. But listen, respect to Maryville, this team look really sick. Like, they've been on the cusp of being in Challengers for a while, and now that they're finally here, they are making the most of this opportunity.
We've been talking for so long about, you know, having more CVAL representation since Winthrop really upped their game in Challengers. We're starting to see that benchmark really rise in the collegiate space, and Maryville representing after making it here. Really great to see. But did it have to be this ugly, Blue Water? Surely not. A 13-3 again. Maryville confidently approaching this B site. A swath of Viper util along with the Viper himself doing all of the dirty work on the front lines, but still going down first. No matter, that's just an excuse for Renz to go crazy. 3 kills deep on the front line, and now watching Kitchen as the spike goes down.
Swings get baited out. Renz is able to find all of the trades and just in a backstab position. The turret's down because no KJ.
One enemy remaining.
And that is all she wrote on that game. Maryville kind of looking like a force right now in Challengers. I think, like I said before, that felt like a serious off day for Blue Otter, combined with Maryville being insanely on point. I mean, Wildfire dropped 23 for 4 on map 1. And then Renz, Giza, and Zerona were just getting minimum 2 kills every single round when someone went in their direction on Icebox. That was just sick across the board. They look insane today.
Yeah, shutdown after shutdown after shutdown the whole way through. Maryville had an answer to literally everything Blue Water offered, and to be honest, by the end of that match, Blue Water, it was really tough for them to be able to offer anything at all. Pretty boomed for a lot of that series, and it's easy to see why. But like you said, Maryville looking like a really, really solid force going forward here in Challengers. They will continue to be playing the high matches next week, but that does it for today's. We'll have a little powwow discussing how good of a curb stomping that was after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need queen to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, after that first map in the series, Roy said it couldn't get any worse. And he wasn't technically wrong, but unfortunately for Blue Otter, it doesn't really get any better either heading into the next map. And yeah, Maryville, they show up on the day. Roy, I'll hand the mic to you right away. What do you got to say?
I appreciate that I get the mic first to defend myself. Listen, chat, I tell no lies. It did not get worse than that. It was a good 13-3, 13-3. And honestly, I'm not even really sure what to say besides the fact that Maryville University just looked really good.
Oh, just full stop. We're stopping there.
That's it. That's all I got. That's my mic drop.
All right, you know, fair. I mean, Ash, we knew Maryville was really good coming into this. And, like, it was in Maryville, too. I mean, going into Icebox, they keep to their regular stuff. They look strong. They look coordinated. Like, their super sub is a super sub. And, yeah, that's my full stop right there.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of the conversation, right? Like, we anticipated a strong defensive side from Maryville. I don't think we thought it was going to be that strong to kick things off. Like, a 7-0 start is huge for them. There was no opportunity for Blue Water to get anything going with their economy, with like cycling into their ults into that first half, and having that end off like 11-1 is extremely hard to come back from. The momentum was absolutely on Maryville's side this time around.
Yeah.
So it's just tough looks. I think we were very aware of how good they were controlling like the defense, and for Blue Water, a lot of questions, I think, after this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also just going to keep focusing on Maryville University because all things considered, there was a lot of things they were doing well. They had a pretty nice read into how to play into the Omen. I don't know if you guys, there's a round where like Zerona was like jumping up into the Viper or past the Omen smoke for long B. I thought that was a really nice actually adaptation to the Omen, attack B smoke that kind of causes a lot of problems for teams. So clearly Maryville University came into this with some idea of how they wanted to approach it. They were very disruptive in their approach, and the fact that they were coming off such a strong win in the first map and just looked so confident coming into this second map, and everyone kind of, I mean, it was just all guns blazing. Like there's really no other way to put it. And the fact that they're just all feeling so hot, I mean, it just got worse and worse and worse for Blue Water.
I think too, realistically, like you have to remember, I know that this is Maryville University's debut here within Challengers, but you look at what they've accomplished, and this is not a team to be taken lightly. It's a team that the most recent times they've matched up against Winthrop University within the collegiate space, they've bested them like pretty well. Like this is a top tier team. And sometimes within the challenger scopes, you're going to have matchups that are a little bit more one-sided. And I think going into this, it maybe wasn't as anticipated because you don't have so much of a sample size of Maryville University within this challenger scene. But realistically, Ash, this is not a team to be taken lightly at any point. I think today was a really big proving ground of that. And that's where we can kind of focus and have that conversation going on forward and have them in the discussions of one of the top teams here within the scene.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was kind of just what we were expecting out of Maryville, like knowing their history in collegiate. And then the question was, okay, now how are they going to look up against these teams now in challengers in a new league, up against teams that maybe they aren't like, sure, they've maybe played in like some like tier 3 tournaments and whatnot, but don't get to face up against like as consistently compared to the collegiate leagues that they run in, and just being able to really come out full force. This is a massive debut for Maryville. This is a team where, again, we know the history for a lot of these players. The fact that they're even able to pull this off again with the super sub in Zerona coming in for this squad as well is just really great looks for Maryville. And it puts a little bit of, I think, extra pressure on this team now. There are some expectations heading into the remainder of stage 3 too.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's kind of like the side effect of like looking so strong, right? Is like you start to build this like expectation of how you are supposed to be playing and sort of how you are supposed to be performing. But I think Maryville looks great. I think the amount of reps they get in collegiate has most certainly showing now in a high stress environment. And ultimately, they looked phenomenal. And I'm excited to see them next week as well.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see how they carry on with already so many expectations of this team. And I'm excited to hear from the team now. And we have Wildfire on the line to chat a little bit more. First off, big congratulations on this win. Coming into the league, you're now 2-0 in challengers. How's it feel?
Honestly, it feels surreal. It feels great. It feels good, especially knowing that we're doing this with our subs, Rona. Big shout out to the boy. Yeah, excited.
Yeah, Zerona's been doing a fantastic job. And I want to ask quickly about that because I was kind of expecting to see Chloric this week. I mean, Zerona is very welcome in the server, but we miss Chloric too. So when will we get to see him, or is it going to be Zerona a bit longer?
Chloric just got back from his vacation, so we're going to be seeing him next match. We're going to be bringing out our whole 5 finally for an actual show time. But honestly, we might be just completely dominant with our full 5. So all hopes up.
Ooh, I'm excited to hear that, especially too, what we got to see today was dominant. So you're talking about that full 5 being dominant. Now that you're 2 weeks in, you've had a chance to really see these other teams. I want to know how you're feeling about Maryville University within the scope of challengers, because I feel like today you've definitely proved you're one of the top teams we've got.
Feeling good. We're putting in the work. Everybody is grinding in and out of the server, staying healthy, staying confident, staying just on top of each other. So we're definitely, showing up with the full confidence, expecting to win every single match. There's a few teams, want a revenge on Envy. We lost to them in the Red Bull qualifier. That's about it. So we can actually play them with a full 5. But there's obviously teams that are competent to play against, but we're going to show up with full faith, full confidence that we're just going to beat them.
Love to hear that. And I want to talk about your performance as well, because you fried last week, you were frying today. And I specifically want to call out this first map because Breach has kind of been in and out of play. We've seen a smidge less lately, but you were frying on the Breach. So I want to know the decision to keep to the Breach and then your thoughts on your own performance as well.
We kept it super simple. That's why we ran standard comp. I mean, there's, this Valorant, anything can happen. There's no need for double the Euro ISO. There's no need for none of that, especially because we had such a low time to prep with the Zerona. But also, I'm kind of more on a support Breach site rather than just full fragging. But today just kind of took over. Things were going my way. I was staying confident, staying frontline, just trusting my aim, trusting the confidence and the inner me, kind of making those decisions in the split seconds, and was able to capitalize.
That makes sense. We definitely like the Wildfire go kill Breach because you're definitely
Wildfire go kill.
Yeah, we're liking that. And last but not least, I mean, we were talking about the Breach, and our analysts were talking about Breach at the same time a picture as you was up, and they're saying that you could pull off a pretty solid Breach cosplay. So I got to know your take on that.
No, I could definitely. I'm a dark blonde, so dirty blonde. That's what it's called. Yeah, I can definitely pull it off if I really wanted to, even though Breach is redhead. Halloween, we might see it.
Might be. Wildfire,
Yeah.
thank you for chatting. Congrats on the win. Good luck in next week's matches, okay?
Thank you so much. Can't wait.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk for us now. Have to ask the important questions, but there you guys go. Like, Ash, you guys got your, like, I didn't give an answer, but you know, if he has confidence in the Breach cosplay, I have confidence.
Hold on. You just didn't believe in me and Roy?
That's crazy.
That's so crazy, Sierra. You're matching with Roy too, and you're not even going to take his side.
It's
I'm
a
supposed to be the
betrayal.
one
I
who
might need
got
to
one
change.
out.
Yeah.
It's because you didn't match with us. The group synergy was off from the start.
Oh, now
Is
it's
that-
my fault again.
Okay,
Okay, that's crazy. But no, in all seriousness, I think the Breach cosplay would definitely be fly. It would definitely be fly. And I love hearing like the confidence out of Wildfire as well. The fact that they have like so much faith in Zerona being that super sub too. And just like having someone you can rely on so consistently to just like step in for this team like in the blink of an eye when it's necessary and be able to put out those numbers is absolutely massive. But yeah, Wildfire was just striking today, Roy.
Yeah, he's also very well spoken too. Like he sounds like he's excited. It sounds like they're having a great time in the team. Obviously, they've gotten a lot of reps together. My cat is in front of me. Can you move, please? Thank you so much. But yeah, it's also I'm glad he's down for the Breach cosplay. I don't know if you guys saw, but his face lit up when he mentioned it. So I think he's thought about it before. That's all I'm gonna say.
He's like, yes, they think I can pull this off.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see come Halloween time, and that's a smidge away. We got to refocus back on Challengers, pulling up the bracket and talking about what is the potential in the air for next week. Something that Wildfire talked about as well was that potential rematch up against Envy, looking for that revenge. That is the one match that we still have ongoing. It's on our side stream right now, but Envy's currently up one in the series, Roy. And we'll have to see how things are seeded because, of course, all these matches, we don't know how that could be. But there is that realm of possibility. But if it isn't Envy, it'll be another strong team. Lander and Cubert also in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I feel like this final stretch is causing so much like pressure on these teams. I think a lot of them are feeling it, but honestly, I think the competition is ultimately just getting a lot tighter in VCL. Like so many of these teams just look phenomenal. There's a lot of step ups individually. There's a lot of step ups as a team, and it's only getting crazier from here, guys.
It really is. And I cannot wait to see how those matches next week are going to go, or even how the current one is now. We're at a 5-6 IFP in the lead on Corrode of all games. So that is something that we need to go tune into now. So that is where we're going to end our coverage for tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll catch you over on the side stream to see Envy and YFP, and we'll catch you again next week. Take care.
Giving Winthrop a whole lot of life for the remainder. Caillou is gonna try to play with the heartstrings of Winthrop here. Decent job after a 2K on top of the wingman. Turns on the Governor, sprays it through. And that's another 3K for Caillou. This time, that saves Cubert's chances of grabbing the round.
That was mental, but so well played. Using the wingman.
Cubert's attempt number 2.
Paranoia
Onto the lane.
Thrown out. Moves still on this flank timing.
Fishing after the Hunter's Fury thrown out. Now the thrash to reset, and the timing is just not going to go their way. Winthrop, they have too many resources, and they'll be able to tie fishing. They're scared of either Giza or Renz extending at a single moment, and then they can't check a thing in the meantime.
Please, not another flawless.
He's just playing deathmatch right now, man.
And now they have the lockdown for the next buy round, and it's another flawless.
That looks like a face to him, doesn't it? Tries to go again. Fuck the head on this op. Continues to make dents as Zerona goes for another point from spawn. And this time, he is not being watched. Meister, not finished. Friends has to do it himself. And he'll have to get the 5th kill too. After Zerona gets the choke, boom, sure, he's out. An ace for Renz. You didn't think it could get more stylish. You didn't think it could get more disgusting. And still makes it 8-1.